We are live. Hello, everyone. This is my first tier list stream. I finally given up and decided to have some fun tier list stuff. I'm going to go with Civ 6 for my first one. I have like over 1,200 hours in this game. I played way too much of it. So I'm just going to go down alphabetically. I'm going to start with Alexander. So let me just check Alexander's bonuses real quick. Oh, where's my mouse? There we go. All right, so, okay. So Alexander, whenever you conquer a city, you get free Eureka for every encampment and campus, and a free inspiration for every holy site in Theater Square District. This is pretty good, provided you can actually conquer. If you're bad at conquering, if you're bad at pillaging, you're not going to be seeing much of this ability. However, with his two unique units, with both Hypaspis and I think it's the Heterioi. So the Heterioi, let me see the stats on this bad boy. It's not showing up. Shoot. Okay. So Hypaspis, let's start with that. It replaces the Swordsman. It gets a +5 combat strength when besieging a district, which basically means if you're attacking cities, that's getting a +5 combat strength. Really, really good if you're fighting walls. It's decent if you're fighting other stuff. It has higher support bonus, so you're getting 3 instead of 2. It has a slightly higher combat strength than a swordsman at 38 compared to 35, but it has slightly higher production at 100 versus 90. It does have a maintenance cost of 2, which I believe is the same as a swordsman, but it only requires 5 iron in the Gathering Storm expansion pack. So that's pretty good. Swordsman replacement, not a bad replacement. The Heterioi is the other bonus unit. It ignores enemies under control, but that's normal for horsemen. +5 additional combat strength when attacking units when adjacent to a great general, which if you're Alexander, you're going to be building a lot of encampments. +5 great general points from kills, and it receives 1 free promotion when first trained or purchased. Now, that doesn't really stack with Magnus, so you're not getting 2 promotions. So yeah, it is what it is, but hey, free promotion, pretty good. It does have a 20% increase or is it 25? A 25% increased production cost compared to the horsemen. So you're spending 100 as opposed to 80, and it also only requires 10 horses as opposed to 20. Is there any combat strength? Okay, so it doesn't appear to have any combat strength compared to the horsemen, rather a combat strength bonus. So slightly better horsemen, so instead of +5 with the great general, it's become +10. Really, really strong, really, really scary. If your opponent has walls, though, it's going to be a little bit less scary. But if they don't have walls, you can just roll all over them. One other bonus about Alexander, I forget. You do not face war weariness when you're at war. So what does that mean? That means in Civ 6, there's a mechanic called war weariness. The longer you're at war, the more of your units die in foreign land or in home territory. That means the lower your amenities are going to get. Alexander does not have to worry about that. Also, with Alexander, all of your military units heal completely when you capture a city with a wonder. Really, really strong, super good, just helps you keep going, helps you keep that snowball going. And his unique building, his UB is known as the Basilicoi Pisces. It gives +1 production, +1 great journal point. It replaces the barracks, which means you basically have to build it. You can't focus on horseback or siege weaponry that you'd get with the stable. Now, what this does is that you get +25 combat experience for all melee, ranged, anti-cavalry units, and Heterioi trained in the city. And you get +25 science. No, not +25. You get 25% of the unit's costs when a military unit is trained in the city. What does that mean? That means, say if I spend 100 production building a military unit. That means I'm immediately going to get 25 science right on the spot. Just pure bonus. It helps you keep up with science. It lets you focus on encampments and as well as campuses. Just get a little bit extra science going. Mid game, you can actually do this funny thing. You can plug in the I forget the name of the policy card right now, but it's a policy card that gives you 100% bonus production towards industrial era and earlier naval units. And with that, you can just keep spamming caravels and frigates and just generate a bunch of science that way. So he's not just good with military, he's also pretty good in science, which is kind of useful for military, both in games and IRL. So where am I going to put good old Alexander? He's not that good with culture, he's not that good with religion, but he's really good at military, and with a good enough military, you can hard pivot into any victory condition you want. Oh, by the way, if I'm judging this based off single player, immortal, and above difficulty on Pangaea. So there's going to be some civs like the Maori and Indonesia, which are better in archipelago maps for obvious reasons, and there's going to be some civs that are better in Pangaea maps where they have easy land access to other civs. So, like he's... Oh, by the way, for reference, I like turtling up and just playing culture game. I'm not really that interested in warfare or anything else like that. But if you're playing war, Alexander's pretty solid. He gets some really scary units. He doesn't have any war awareness. He's a bit basic, but effective. So, like, he's good. I just don't really have a lot of fun playing him, if that makes any sense. So I'll just stick him in with A for now, and if there's a civ I prefer more than him for war, I'll be sure to change it. Now, let us go to Nubia. Let's see what they got. All right, so Nubia, their civ ability is Ta Seti, which is plus 30% production towards ranged units. Ranged units get plus 50% combat experience. You get +1 production for mines over strategic resources like iron, and you get +2 gold for mines over bonus and luxury resources like silver, copper, amber, I believe that's one, stuff like that sort. Their leader is Amanatore, which, let me pop up this window. She gets +20% production towards districts, increasing to 40% if there is a Nubian pyramid adjacent to the city center. Now let's talk about the Nubian pyramid for a second. The Nubian pyramid, it's unlocked with masonry, and it gives a flat +2 faith and +2 food, with an additional +1 food if adjacent to the city center, +1 science for every adjacent campus, +1 gold for every adjacent commercial hub and harbor, +1 faith for holy site, +1 production towards adjacent industrial zone, and +1 culture for each adjacent theater district. So what you basically want to do is get a city out in the desert, put a Nubian pyramid right next to it, and then just surround that pyramid with different districts. Now, unfortunately, for the Nubian pyramid, I believe you can only build one per city. Am I wrong with that? Okay, so I think you can build more than one per city, but you definitely need at least one per the city center. Unfortunately, it can only be built on desert hills, and desert floodplains. There are a bunch of mods that fix this. If the Nubian pyramid could be made on any kind of terrain, the Nubian pyramid would be like one of the best unique buildings or unique tile improvements in the game. But in the base game, unfortunately, it's only on desert, so if you don't get any desert spawns, which can happen a lot as Nubia, then you're just not going to be able to use it. But if you spawn in the desert or adjacent to the desert, you can get some pretty cool yields with this, and you can also help your cities just grow and expand and build really, really fast. But that's not even the best part. The hands down greatest part of the Nubian civilization is the Pitati Archer. It's unlocked at archery. It has 2 higher combat strength, melee combat strength versus the regular archer, 17 versus 15, and it has a much higher range strength, 30 compared to the 25. It has a movement of 3 compared to 2, and it has a slightly higher production cost at 70 versus 60. But if you remember, Nubia already gets a plus 30% production towards range units, so that little extra production might as well not even exist for the Nubian archer. The Pitati archers, so for reference, archers are already some of just the best unit in the entire game. They're super good early game. They're good for defending yourself. They're good for offense. Just that +1 extra range where in an era where a lot of units just can't move really quickly, it can just completely save you. It can completely decimate an enemy. And you just get a better version of an already really, really good unit that you can build faster. They move faster. They're not any more expensive in terms of production or money, really. And you also get plus 50% combat experience. I played games where by the classical era, I have archers with 4 promotions. And that last promotion lets them attack twice if they have not moved that turn yet. Basically, I have crossbowmen in the medieval era that can attack twice, and I'm just safe for the entire game. The extra production towards the archers and just how much experience they get. If you get into an early war, it's just unfair. Like, it's so dirty. I've lost a lot of early games just because I spawn next to Monotore and I just can't do anything about her archer rush. Oh no, what is going on here? Oh no, no, oh no. Ooh, what is that? Okay, so sorry about that. And I just can't really do anything about her archer rush. And also, she's good with just about anything thanks to her versatility. She gets some extra faith, but again, when you're good at just building districts, you can go to anything. You can, if you have a lot of desert, you can get desert folklore. Then you can get work ethic, which just gives you a stupid amount of production, which helps you win with anything. Really, I just have no complaints about Monotore. She's just good. She's a lot better if you get a little bit of desert. Super good unique unit. Okay-ish unique tile improvement. Just solid overall bonuses. I'm gonna put her in S for now, just because there's like 2 god ones above that, and I'll rename those as I see fit. Next up is Ambiorix with the Gaul, right? This fine mustachioed boy, very fine barbarian. So the Civ ability is known as House Stock Culture. Your mines, which by the way is the best generic tile improvement. Mines get +1 culture, which is a tile you want to work anyway. And mines also give a minor adjacency bonus for districts and trigger a culture bomb when built. And by the way, a culture bomb for the uninitiated, let's say if I have a tile at Alexander's face, it will claim all of the adjacent tiles within 3 tiles of a city, provided they are not taken by another civ. Specialty districts do not receive adjacency bonus from other districts and cannot be built next to the city center. So that's a bit of a downgrade. That means you can't build harbors right next to you on the coast, so you're going to have some weaker harbors. That means you can't just... It means you can't just unga-bunga with these guys. You do have to be careful with what you build. So that is the Civ ability. Let's go up to Ambiorix himself, the Civ leader. The Civ leader, his ability is King of the Ebullans. I think that's how you pronounce it. You receive culture equal to 20% of the production cost after training a non-civilian unit, meaning a military unit. This is the culture version of Alexander's Basilicoi Pisces ability. So instead of 20% science, you are getting 20% culture. And here's the big one. Melee, range, and anti-cavalry units receive +2 combat strength for each adjacent military unit. This is not friendly units. This is not enemy units. This is just military units. So if you just have your guys in like a 5-7 unit ball, they're basically unstoppable. Like, it's not fun. It's not fair. The best way to fight them is to just pick them off with archers. But even then, like, the Gaul have such a stupidly strong early game, especially with the addition of man-at-arms in one of the later updates. It's just not fun fighting the Gaul. It's not fun. It feels super, super unfair. If I ever play multiplayer, I will insist that the Gaul are banned unless if we play with the better game balance mod. Like if I was designing this game, I would have put that to like +1, and I would have only made it like melee units. Because like +2, when you can stack that to like +6, +8, +10, especially in the ancient or classical era where they excel, it's just not fair. It's super, super, super not fair. Now, so that's just his leader ability. I haven't even talked about the unique unit yet. The unique unit, is called the Geisite. I believe that's how you pronounce it. It has plus 10 combat strength when fighting units with a higher base combat strength. What does that mean? So it's a war replacement. That means if it's fighting like 90% of the units in the game, if it's fighting spearmen, if it's fighting swordsmen, if it's fighting heavy chariots, if it's fighting horsemen, it is getting a plus 10 combat strength bonus. Also, it gets plus 5 combat strength when fighting against district defenses. The only downside of this unit is that they cost 60 instead of 40. That really doesn't matter much. These guys are so scary. They stay relevant for so long. One of the killers of early game aggression can be if you don't have any iron. But the Gaul don't care about iron. They're like, oh no, I don't have a swordsman? Fine, I'll just throw out a warrior and it'll be just as strong, if not stronger, than your swordsman. I have no idea what they were thinking with this unit. It's completely busted. You also get it like turn 1 in your game. So it's just super good. Like there's not a single bad thing about the Civ. And then you get the Oppidum, which is a unique industrial district. Which, by the way, a very minor thing to know about unique districts. They have half the production cost. So if a Civ has a unique encampment, let's say that encampment costs 50 production, it's going to cost 25, right? And also, they don't take a district slot. So wherever you can build that, you're going to build that. And the great engineers are some of the best great people. Like great artists, great writers, they're interchangeable, great musicians, whatever. Great admirals, a lot of them suck even after the update. Great scientists and great engineers are by far the best, just the best great people. You can just churn out wonders in like 1 to 3 turns. You can get crazy adjacency bonuses. With a scientist, they can single-handedly win you a science victory. Engineers are just some of the best and some of the most impactful great people in my personal experience. Now, the Oppidum. It unlocks instantly when you get iron working. You don't just get a boost. It is instant. So what's the difference? Let's see here. It acts like an encampment. So you can house a unit in there, and it gets to range strike. So you can just have those all over your territory. Makes you very, very hard to invade. Again, if you're playing multiplayer with some buddies, I can see this guy ending some friendships. It gets a major +2 production bonus for each adjacent quarry or strategic resource. So if you have a lot of stone, build it surrounded by stone. If you have a bunch of iron, surrounded by iron or horses. It's just good. Like there's not a single bad or mediocre thing about the Gaul's kit. They're always good. They're always super scary. They can get insane culture early game. They can expand like mad. They can fight like hell. I'm just going to put them as God here. You know what? I'm just going to... Hang on, let me rephrase this. Just place this as God. This is Tiny God. Okay. So, yeah, that's where the Gaul go. Up next is Vietnam. So, let's go to Vietnam. Okay, so, Vietnam. I believe this was... It wasn't the last Civ added, Portugal. It was like the second to last one added. Yeah, this was released in January 28, 2021. This is another Civ that if I was playing multiplayer, I would insist be banned. Because they can just turtle so well, like even better than a Monotore, even better than the Gaul. The Vietnamese are very, very scary to invade, both IRL and in this video game. So, they are led by Trin True, or Lady True. I probably butchered that, excuse me. The leader bonus is drive out the aggressors. All of your units get +5 combat strength when fighting in rainforest, marsh, and wood tiles, regardless of the territory. This means that it doesn't matter if it's an allied territory, doesn't matter if it's an enemy territory, doesn't mean if it's a neutral territory. If they're in woods, marsh, or jungle, they're just getting +5. That's equivalent to a great general. And it stacks with a great general. And also +1 unit if they start their... not +1 unit, +1 movement if they start their turn there. Both of these bonuses are doubled inside your home territory. Also, the Vietnamese, when they unlock medieval fairs, they can just build woods in their territory, like 2 eras earlier than everyone else. So, in a defensive war, people are invading you. You just put your units in woods and jungle. They just get plus 10 bonus. Plus 10 combat bonus. You're staying in there. You're not killing them. And also, they have a unique encampment, which means they're going to be gobbling up a lot of great generals. And also, they're going to be building a lot of encampments. Do you see the problem with this Civ so far? So yeah, they're really good at war outside of their territory. They are terrifyingly good at war within their territory. And I haven't even gotten into their unique unit yet. The Void Chien replaces the Crossbowmen. The Crossbowmen is already one of the best units in the game, and the Void Chien is just a better version of them. They can move after attacking. They have 5 more combat strength, 35 compared to the Crossbowmen's 30. They have 3 movement instead of 2. They have higher sight, 3 compared to the 2, and they only have 20 more, and they only cost 20 more production. Yeah, just Void Chien are not fun. They're not fun to fight against. If you try to invade Vietnam during the medieval era and they have a bunch of Void Chiens, you're not going to win. Just don't even bother. They're basically impregnable. You cannot mess with the Vietnamese in this game. Like, I feel like I'm cheating sometimes when I'm playing single player with them just because they're so stupidly good. And the last part of their kit, the Than, is a unique encampment. Once again, because it is a unique district, it has half the production cost. Now, the cool thing about this encampment is that you get +2 culture for every adjacent district. So you just plop that in the middle of all your districts and in the middle of all your cities. You can get upwards of like, +6, +8, +10 culture. Really helps with culture victories. Helps you get down that tech tree real fast. It's if you want to do a domination game, it helps you get down to fascism better. Now, they actually did have to nerf the Than a little bit because the district by itself used to provide great general points. And they realized that was so busted, so they nerfed it so that it doesn't give great general points anymore. You actually have to build the barracks, which, good. Vietnam is already busted enough. And the last part of their kit, their Civ ability, the 9 Dragon River Delta. This means that your districts can only be built in woods, rainforest, or marsh. And if you build your districts in woods, that district gets +1 culture. You build your district in rainforest, you get +1 science. And if you build your district in marsh, the district and the buildings get +1 production. So you do have to SimCity a little bit more. You have to be careful not to chop everything. And if you settle in, say in or near desert, Vietnam is just worthless. If for whatever reason the RNG hates you and you get a desert start, you can't play as Vietnam. Like you just can't. They're super good with Earth Goddess. They can just spam out national parks. They're super good with preserves. And I love just spamming national parks. I love playing like the big eco game. Like Vietnam is just I have to. Vietnam is just too strong. They cannot be left alone. It's absolutely terrifying every time I start next to Lady True in a game. I don't know what they were thinking. She's beyond busted. But very fun to play as, provided you are playing by yourself. Let's see here. Byzantine. All right. So, where am I putting Basil II? Let's start off with the Civ ability. The Civ ability, Taxis, you get +3 combat and religious strength for all units for each holy city converted to Byzantium's religion. This includes your own city. So, the moment you create a religion, you get +3 combat strength for the rest of the game, provided your own religion does not get stamped out. But because you're playing Byzantium, I can't really see that happening. You also get +1 Great Prophet point from holy sites, which means you will likely be the first or the second person in the game to get a religion. So, by the way, this stacks. So let's say if you convert an enemy civ to your religion, +6. You convert 2, you get +9. You convert 3, +12. I hope you understand the issue with the civ so far. So that's just the civ ability. Let's get into Basil. So Basil's leader bonus is, that's a lot of Greek. I'm not even going to pronounce it. Basically, heavy and light cavalry units deal full damage when attacking cities following the same religion as Byzantium. And you also gain the Tagma unique unit with the Divine Right Civic. So the way you would typically defend yourself, especially against cavalry players, is you build walls. But with Basil, they don't care about walls. Their Tagmas can just do full damage if their religion is in your civ. So if you are playing in a multiplayer game or in a single player game and you see the Byzantium player, provided Byzantium is not just outright banned, you better kill the mercenaries. You don't get them a chance to convert your cities. You better take Defender of the Faith. You better start walling up with a bunch of spearmen and pikemen because Byzantium's going to be trying something funny. Now, the Tagma is a heavy cavalry replacement. It replaces the knight. Let's see here. It has 40 more production at 22 compared to the 180. It has a slightly higher gold maintenance of 4 compared to 3. It only requires 10 iron to train. But its special ability is that it grants nearby land units plus 4 combat strength or plus 4 religious strength, which means it makes your missionaries stronger, it makes your apostles stronger, and it makes your other Tagmas stronger. And this also stacks with great generals. The Tagma's beyond terrifying. It's not fun, especially when you combine it with the Hippodrome. The Hippodrome, what is that, you ask? It is a entertainment complex replacement. Now, typically, I don't build a lot of entertainment complexes unless if I'm really low on amenities for whatever reason, because the AI in single player just sometimes doesn't improve amenities, so you can't trade with them. But once again, it's half cost. You get plus 3 amenities from entertainment to the city it's built in. And it also provides a free heavy cavalry unit when first constructed and for every building to be constructed. And these units require no resource to create or maintain. This means you don't have to pay gold for these horsemen that are created with this. You don't have to pay the iron upkeep cost either. So what do you do with this? You get a bunch of cities down, you research Divine Right, you unlock Tagmas, but before you do that, you start building these. And then you switch off of them when there's just 1 turn left. And then once you research that, once you unlock Tagmas, just finish building all those, boom. You just instant print 4 to like 7 Tagmas, and you're just ready to sweep people. And also, if you are Basil and you take Crusade, the game is basically over. It is snowball the civ. It's absolutely disgusting. I feel like I'm playing on like God mode. It's just completely busted. I have to put Byzantium in God tier. Now, let's say if you're playing against humans and they know what you're doing and they do not let you spread your religion, then you're just kind of playing kind of a vanilla civ. You still do get that plus 3 combat strength from your civ ability, but in single player mode it's just disgusting. Or let's say you can manage to strong arm your friends or just like kill their units or invade, convert other cities and then attack. If you can get Crusade going, and if the people you're playing with do not know what you're doing, Basil is God tier. If you don't get a religion, he's basically vanilla civ. But if everyone knows what they're doing, or if you're playing against the AI, he's absolutely disgusting. Yeah, there's no two ways about it. Byzantium in Civ 6 is just completely busted. But now let's talk about Civ that is not so busted, in Civ 6 at least. Let's talk about the French, specifically the French under Catherine de' Medici. I'll start with the Civ ability, Grand Tour. This gives you plus 20% production towards medieval, Renaissance, and industrial era wonders. And you also get double tourism from wonders of each era. What does that mean? That means basically wonders from older eras, like the ancient classical era, give you more tourism than wonders from the newer eras. Catherine de' Medici is okay-ish. She's okay-ish at culture. She also gets something called the Garde Imperiale and the Chateau for a unique infrastructure. So I'll go over the Garde Imperiale first. The Guard Imperial is a replacement for the Line Infantry. This is a bit of a late game unit. Typically, if I'm playing Catherine or I'm going Culture, I build like maybe 3 or 4 of them, but I'm just turtling and try to play Culture. They earn great general points from kills, and they also get plus 10 combat strength on their original capital's home continent. This is really, really good for defense. It's okay-ish for offense, but again, if you're going Culture, you shouldn't be doing offense. And they also have a higher base intrinsic combat strength of 70 compared to 65. I don't know if you can still upgrade into them. Because I know at launch you couldn't upgrade into them from Musketmen. You had to hard build them, which basically made them useless in 99% of cases. So, like, they're okay, but again, it's a Culture Civ, so, like, you're not going to be using it for conquering because you're not supposed to be conquering with Culture Civs. Now, the Chateau. It's fine. Some might say it is one of the tile improvements of all time. Basically, it gives you +2 culture, +1 gold, +1 appeal, +1 culture for each adjacent wonder, increasing to +2 when you get flight, +2 gold when built next to a river, and provides tourism equal to its culture output. Now, if you're playing as Magnificence Catherine, this lady right here, it provides +2 culture to all adjacent improved luxury resources. This is pretty decent. This is a pretty decent unique improvement with Magnificence Catherine. For regular Catherine, it's fine. I typically only build these next to wonders and next to rivers, and that's not a lot of places really, because for rivers, if I have to choose between a chateau or a commercial hub, I'm choosing the commercial hub. If I have a choice between a chateau and a wonder, I'm picking the wonder. If I have a choice between a chateau, a +5 industrial zone, I'm picking the industrial zone. If the bonus wasn't, like, if there was no bonus towards rivers, if it just gave you that +2 gold regardless, I could see it being a little bit better. Also, it has to be built adjacent to a bonus or a luxury resource. So that makes it even more difficult to build. Like, I guess you can spam these with flight. Like, just river adjacent tiles and improvement space is so competitive. And there's just never been a time where I'm like, oh, I really, really want to build that chateau. I typically just build districts and wonders next to rivers. Or, you know, farm triangles, which you also need in a lot of places. So, like, it's fine. Like, I build it if I can, but even then, I typically don't really work them because, like, culture tile improvements, fine. But for a tile improvement to be really good, it has to give you either food or production. And chateaus do neither. If that chateau could give you, like, housing because it's a chateau, that would make it a little bit better. But yeah, like, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Now let's talk about this Catherine Medici's unique civ ability. She gets +1 level of diplomatic visibility with every encountered civilization, and she receives a free spy with castles, and all spies start with a free promotion. So, if you are not familiar with how espionage works in Civ 6, I don't blame you because a lot of people aren't, including myself until very recently. So, you actually get a combat bonus from how much diplomatic visibility you have versus other players. You receive, so if you have 1 level higher, you get +3. If you have 2 levels higher, you get +6. If you have 3 levels higher, +9, yada, yada, yada. And you increase that either by making trade routes, sending spies on reconnaissance missions, or by some great merchants. Other than that, there's not a lot of ways to get diplomatic visibility, but Catherine de Medici, she just has an automatic +3. Oh, you can also research printing. When you research printing, you get a higher level of diplomatic visibility. So you're just playing the entire game with a +3 combat boost. That's pretty nice. But again, you're mixing combat with culture victory, which doesn't really mesh together very well. And also spies, like, you get spies earlier. They start off better with free promotions, but you can't choose the promotion. which kind of sucks. If you could choose a promotion, that'd be a lot better. Or if you start with like 2 spies, that'd be super, super good. But with like Catherine as she is, like, she's fine. Like, she's a base game civ. She does culture okay-ish. But there's just civs that do what Catherine does just better. Now, Catherine de Medici Magnificence, basically same thing as other Catherine, except she gets +2 culture for improved luxury resources adjacent to a theater square or chateau. So some luxury resources, if they're improved with mines, are really, really good. That means you get culture and production. But she also has access to a court festival project, which when completed gets you a bunch of culture and tourism based on the number of excess copies of luxury resources that France possesses. So that means it's every additional bonus resource. So let's say if you have just 1 copy of tobacco, that doesn't count. Now, if you have 4 copies of tobacco, that means you're getting like, I think it's like 50 culture per extra copy of tobacco. So you'd be getting like 150 culture. These projects get very expensive. Now, they can help with some tourism late game, but you have to be turtling and not be producing anything else. Also, in a single-player game, that means you have to have the AI be willing to trade luxuries with you. And in a multiplayer game, that means your friends or enemies have to be willing to give you luxury resources, which they have no reason to, unless if you have a very, very good trade deal with them. That being said, she is more culture-oriented than, like, this Catherine. So, like if I was doing like a regular military game, or if I was like forced to play one of these with friends, I would pick Black Queen Catherine. But if I was playing just by myself, I'd pick Magnificence Catherine. Yeah, it's just like, I see what they're going for, but like France just isn't that good in Civ 6, and that pains me to say, but it is what it is. I mean, France was like kind of trash in Civ 5, so like, it is what it is. But anyway, enough about France. Let's talk about India. I know Chandragupta's up next. I'm just going to talk about Chandragupta and Gandhi just because they're on the same page. So I'll cover what they share in common. So Chandragupta, rather start with the Indian ability. So in Gathering Storm, Indian cities receive follower beliefs of all religions with at least 1 follower in them, and gain 1 amenity for each religion with at least 1 follower. All missionaries get +2 religions charges, and you get +100% religious pressure from Indian trade routes. The trade routes bonus can be completely neglected. Yes, religion spreads via trade routes. That's never mattered in a single one of my games. I've never been able to get religion spread to my own cities or to opponent cities via trade routes. This ability might as well just not even exist. The +1 amenity for each religion in your cities with at least 1 follower. That's interesting. You can make use of that way more with Chandragupta versus Gandhi for reasons I'll get into later. The +2 spread religious charges for missionaries. This is pretty fun. If you get Exodus of the Evangelist Golden Age, you can get like, and mosques, you can get like, I think it's like +6, +7, +8 missionary spreads. Gandhi is very, very good for a religious victory. So, and Gandhi used to be like trash here, and he's still like not the best, but he can do religion pretty well. The second part of them is their unique talent improvement, the Stepwell. You unlock this with irrigation. You can start building these like super, super early in the game. They give you +1 food, +1 housing, +1 additional food if placed next to a farm, and +1 additional faith if placed adjacent to a holy site. They get another faith with feudalism, and they get another housing with sanitation, and they get another +1 food with professional sports. Also, with the Gathering Storm expansion, which you should be playing with because Vanilla Civ 6 is trash, it also prevents loss from droughts, rather food loss from droughts. Sometimes the game will decide that it does not want your cities to grow. The Stepwell basically negates that. Now, these Stepwells are not once per city. So if you can find space for a Stepwell, it doesn't have to be optimal. It doesn't have to be next to a farm or a holy site. you can get just absolutely massive cities. I've had cities where I've managed to get like +4, +6 housing from stepwells. You can get super, super big cities. It kind of reminds me of India's ability from Civ 5, where he gets like half the unhappiness from population growth. I actually really like the stepwell. It can only be built on flat tiles, which, you know, is fine, I guess. It's basically a super farm. Think about it like that. And I don't think it can be built adjacent to, it cannot be built adjacent to other stepwells. So I like the stepwell. I understand it may not be the strongest, but I rather like it. Now, let's talk about the unique unit, the Varu. This is a heavy cavalry unit that I believe replaces... It does... okay, so it does not replace anything. Okay, so it's just a unique heavy cavalry unit of the classical era. It has +2 movement, +40 melee strength. This is higher than heavy chariots. This is higher than horsemen. This is higher than swordsmen. Not only that, it ignores enemy zone of control, and it lowers combat strength of adjacent enemy units by 5. So this is basically a great general boost, but in reversed. So instead of making you stronger, it makes the enemy a lot weaker. The Varu are absolutely terrifying. The only thing holding them back is that they are very slow. They only have 2 movement. If they had 3 movement, they would be kind of busted. So I can understand why they only give them 2 instead of 3. But they are super, super good. If you're playing as Gandhi, it doesn't matter that much. If you're playing as Chandragupta, on the other hand, the Varu can be very scary. Now, Chandragupta, his leader bonus is Arthashastra, where you can declare a war of territorial expansion with military training. You get military training in the classical era. You can get that very, very early compared to mobilization. And if you declare that, you get +2 movement and +5 combat strength for all units for the next 10 turns. This means if you have siege weaponry, which you should, you can set up your catapults or your trebuchets, shoot, and move in the same turn. That's incredible, and that's without a great general. Typically, you need a great general to do that, but with this, you can just do it, which makes capturing cities way, way faster. It also solves the biggest issue of the Varu, giving them, I believe, +1 movement. Super, super nice. And since you're capturing a lot of cities and a lot of other holy sites, if you're having amenity issues, which you will because, you know, you're conquering, you can just get some missionaries, spread different religions to all your cities, and make sure everyone stays happy. I actually really like Chandragupta. I think he's a really solid military civ. He's not the best military civ, but like, I'd put him in A. I don't know how controversial that is, but again, if you have good military, you can pivot to anything you want. Now let's talk about Gandhi. Gandhi gets +5 faith for every civilization he has met that has founded a religion and is not at war. This ability is trash. If it was every civ you've met at all, it would be fine. But the issue is that it's a flat +5, not 5%. So it doesn't scale well at all. Also, it's an ability completely out of your control, because if you're in a multiplayer game where war is just happening all the time, you're just going to lose that, and there's nothing you can do about it. Also, if you're in an AI game, you're also going to get into random wars all the time. Doesn't really matter. That ability is kind of trash. And his other ability, where enemy units receive double war weariness from fighting against you, it doesn't matter against the AI. Like, it might help against friends, but like, I want to like Gandhi. Like, you can do some cool things, but like, he's just like, he was trash day 1 launch day, and he's still trash now. It sucks, but that's what the nuclear god destruction gets, I guess. So with that out of the way, let's talk about a slightly less trash civ in Civ 6. Let's go Egypt. So Egypt in Civ 6 is led by Cleopatra. Their unique unit is the Maryanu Chariot Archer, and the unique improvement is the Sphinx. So the civ ability is known as Iteru. She gets plus 15 production towards districts and wonders built next to a river, and floodplains do not prevent placement of districts and wonders. Also, your district's improvements and units do not get damaged if there is a flood. What does this mean? This means if you play on disaster mode because you hate yourself, you can just get utterly insane tile yields on your districts, or rather your rivers. So if you can manage to get the Great Bath with Cleopatra, you can do some fun, wacky, zany things. So, plus 15% production towards wonders and districts on tiles next to a river. The districts part is just objectively worse than Nubia's, because with Nubia, you just get plus 20 no matter where the district is, and you can boost that to plus 40 very easily, only in some cities though. And plus 15% production towards building next to a river. Again, it's fine. You're not going to be able to build all of your wonders on a river, nor should you, because, you know, you need your commercial hubs. If you have River Goddess, you need those for your holy sites. You need those for your farms. You need those for your industrial zones. It's like the river's the last place I want to build something. That's not a commercial hub or an industrial zone or a holy site if I have River Goddess. It was a weak ability at launch and still kind of weak now. If you want to play Egypt, I'd recommend downloading one of the rework mods because there's a lot more fun stuff there. Yeah, Egypt as it is, I just seriously cannot recommend. The civ ability is just not great. The leader ability, on the other hand, is also kind of underwhelming. Her leader bonus is Mediterranean's Bride. Your international trade routes get plus 4 gold. Trade routes sent to Egypt provide plus 2 food for them and plus 2 gold for Egypt. And you also get plus 100% alliance points from trading with allies. So you get more gold. That's good, I guess. It is nice. But enemies trading to you or people trading to you get extra gold. It's positive. It is a positive ability. Wish it was something a little bit better. Yeah, it's an ability. But what's not just an ability is the Mar Yanu Chariot Archer. It is a unique ranged cavalry unit of the ancient era. I believe it replaces the heavy chariot. Now, so that's in the base game. In Gathering Storm, it no longer replaces the heavy chariot. So you can have heavy chariots and the chariot archers side by side. Now, in Gathering Storm, it's unlocked with the wheel, which is very early, and it costs 90 production. And it only has a gold maintenance cost of 1. For comparison, let's see how much archers cost. Okay, archers cost 60, and they have a range strength of 25 and a melee strength of 1, and they have a maintenance cost of also 1. Sorry, maintenance cost of 1, movement cost of 2, melee strength of 15, range strength of 25. The Mar Yanu, it has a, so instead of 60, it's 90 production. That's very costly, not defending that. But its melee strength is 25, and its range strength is 35. 35. For comparison, let's check out how much a crossbow has. A crossbowman in Civ 6 has 40. So you're getting a slightly weaker crossbowman in the ancient era that also has, okay, it has 2 movement. But I believe it gets does not get plus 1. Okay, yeah, so it gets plus 2 movement when starting its turn on flat terrain with no woods or rainforests. So yeah, you can get plus 4. This unit is why I play Egypt. Egypt is kind of trash and underwhelming most of the time. The Mar Yanu Chariot Archer is absolutely disgusting. It's so scary. It's so terrifying. I've never seen the AI abuse this against me, thank God. I've never played a multiplayer game yet, unfortunately, so I've never got to get dunked on by enemy chariot archers. But I've been able to win games and take over an entire continent in the ancient era just with these bad boys. They are a menace. They're like 35 in the ancient era. That's crazy. Like if Egypt didn't have this, I'd put Egypt like down here. Like this alone bumps them up an entire tier. I don't know if they're good, mind you, but it certainly saves them from being absolutely objective garbage. The other neat part of Egypt is the Sphinx. So, the Sphinx gives you +1 culture, and in Gathering Storm, it gets you an additional culture if it's built on floodplains, which, if you're playing as Egypt, you're going to have a lot. It gives you +2 appeal, +1 faith, with an additional +2 faith if next to a wonder. And it gives you an additional +1 culture from natural history and provides tourism equal to its culture output. Now, you do not have to build these. To my knowledge, they do not have any tile restrictions. So you can build these bad boys in snow. You can build them in snow hills. You can build them in plains, grassland. Doesn't matter. Oh, I'm super wrong. Excuse me. In Gathering Storm, they cannot be built on snow or adjacent to another Sphinx. My bad. But you can do some fun things with this. If there's just like desert, or if there's a floodplain that you're not using, I like building Sphinxes. I don't know if it's because they just have higher culture. Like the culture and faith output really help Egypt, especially if you have desert folklore. They're basically better chateaus. I don't know if this sounds hypocritical. I'm going to put Egypt in like... I'll put them in a high C for now. I would put them in like low B. I'll shift around if I deem it fit. But now let's move on to a slightly better civ with Persia. So let's see, Persia in Civ 6. Okay. So Persia was one of the early DLC civs. Their civ ability is Satrapies, which gives you a +1 trade route capacity with political philosophy. Your domestic trade routes give +2 gold and +1 culture. And your roads built inside Persian territory are 1 level more advanced than usual, which means it's going to be very easy to set up roads in your empire. And when you do, you'll be able to move a lot faster through them. And you are also rewarded for just building roads and building up your infrastructure. It's fine. +1 trade route. Okay. I'm pretty sure Poundmaker gets that +1 earlier, and his trade routes are just better. So, like, that's whatever. The leader bonus is a bit interesting. So, in Gathering Storm, you get +2 movement for all units after declaring a surprise war. And declaring surprise war only counts as a form of war for the purpose of war grievances and war wariness. Occupied cities have no penalties to their yield, and you get +5 loyalty per turn in occupied cities with a garrison unit. This means it's easier to maintain cities, and it's also easier to capture cities. But also, you can kind of use this neat trick to declare surprise war with someone across the world, and just use it to make your builders and your settlers move faster. The extra movement is nice, but it's just a weaker version of Chandragupta's ability. Yeah, it's just, like, it's fine, I guess, but again, his unique building improvement is designed around culture. Then you have war bonuses, which directly conflict with each other. I don't know why that's designed like that. His unique tile improvement is the Paradisa. It gives you +1 culture, +2 gold, +1 appeal. It used to be +2 appeal. I don't know why they nerfed that. Gives +1 culture for each adjacent holy site in Theater Square, +1 gold for every adjacent commercial hub in City Center, and then additional +1 culture with diplomatic service, and it provides tourism equal to its culture output. It's fine. It used to be a lot better. I used to be able to plow these down anywhere, almost anywhere, and just build national parks and just build a bunch of appeal. If it still gave the +2, it'd be a lot better. Now it's just a worse version of the Sphinx. Like the extra gold per adjacent commercial hub and city center is nice, so you'll be getting like +4. I don't really make religion that often with Persia. yeah, again, they're just this weird, like, they want to be all around, but they want to do war, but they want to do culture, so it just seems like a very, like, confused, like, almost schizophrenic design idea. Like, Persia may be, like, here, IRL. I'll put them at, like, C. Actually, hang on, I gotta go over the Immortal. So, the Immortal is a swordsman replacement. It gets a ranged attack of 25 range strength with +2 range and can still make melee attacks. It has slightly higher production at 100 versus 90. It's good. It's good. It's not as good as the Marianu Chariot Archer. It's not as good as the Vari, in my opinion. It still requires iron, so if you don't have iron, congrats, you just can't do it. It's fine. Like, the Paradisa is a worse Sphinx. Cyrus's ability is worse than Chandragupta's. He's okay. You could do a lot worse. You could do a lot better. Yeah, it is what it is. I played some modded versions of Persia, which are way, way better and focus on, like, diplomacy and have a harder culture edge. I really, really like... I forget the name of the patch. But if I can remember the mod name, I might just make a tier list of, like, the different civ abilities in that mod, because I love playing with that mod. But, man, let's look up Carthage now. So, Carthage, no, that is a Civ 6. Okay, sorry. Phoenicia. So, Phoenicia is led by Dido here. I'm going to go over the Civ ability, then the unit, then the infrastructure. So, the Civ ability starts with the Eureka for riding. Doesn't start with riding, just the Eureka. This is purely flavor. This doesn't matter. You typically get the Eureka for riding very easily. Your coastal cities founded by Phoenicia in the same continent as their capital always have full loyalty. This is a fun bonus. That's fun. It can be helpful. It can be disruptive. You control the AI, but if that city is not well defended, the AI might just take it, or your friend might just take it. Settlers receive +2 movement and sight while embarked, and pay no movement cost to embark or disembark. This is also, again, it's a fun bonus. If you like playing water like I do, if you like playing naval civs, you will like Carthage. If you can just do settler spam, which Dido really excels in, if you like doing like classical era settler spam across islands, you're going to have a fun time. Now, Dido. Cities with her unique harbor gain the unique move capital project, which means you can actually move your original capital. You can do some fun loyalty flipping. You can do some fun things with policy cards. You can do some, I think, decent things with some certain wonders like Casa de Contratación. You also gain +1 trade route capacity after building the government plaza and every government plaza building. So, you know how Persia gets just 1 trade route? Yeah, Carthage gets 4. And she gets a half-cost harbor, which also gives you a trade route once you get the lighthouse. Also, you get +50% production towards districts in the city with the government plaza. Again, that's flavor. That's saying like, oh, Carthage, the new capital of the Phoenician Empire, got a big, was the new capital. That's mostly flavor. The trade routes are nice, but the leader ability is not what makes Carthage Carthage, nor is it the Byreme. So the Byreme's fine. It prevents traders from within 4 tiles from being plundered. That's okay-ish, I guess. Helps protect you from sea barbarians. It has +5 combat strength over the trireme, or rather over the galley, and has higher movement. It's fine. It helps you explore more. Makes your coastal cities really annoying to take if you have a Byreme in them. But if it doesn't, it's fine. It helps you explore a little bit. You can do some sneaky things with some early naval conquest. It's fine. The Kothon, her unique harbor, is where the Civ really, really shines. It has half production cost, 27 compared to 54. You get +50% naval units and +50% production towards naval units and settlers in that city. All of your wounded naval units in the city's borders heal 100 HP every turn. This is bugged in the base game. I don't know if it's fixed yet. Please, for Axis, I hope it is fixed by now. Let's see here. And I think that's, yeah, so the extra production towards sea units, and it's all naval units, so that's frigates, that's privateers, that is caravels, and the extra production towards sailors. So if you get the, I forget what it's called, I think it's the Ancestral Hall. You get the Ancestral Hall, you get this out, you get the production card towards settlers, you get Magnus. Once the classical era comes around, you are just spamming out settlers like nothing. You are just spreading your Phoenician seed all over the world. It is glorious. They're not as good with Pangaea maps, obviously. But again, you get +4 trade routes. The Kothon's really fun. Byram's whatever. I'd pick Carthage over Egypt or Persia or France any day of the week. That is my personal bias. I just really like Dada's playstyle. It's not for everyone. It is weaker, especially in single player. Or, no, it's weaker in multiplayer in my opinion, but it is still fun nonetheless. Now, there is one more France lady that I should have covered. So, she is the ruler of England or France. Her civ ability. This is Eleanor of Aquitaine. Right off the bat, let's just go. There we go. Her leader bonus is called Court of Love. Each great work in her cities, so great work is relics, it's works of writing, it is art, it is sculptures, it is music, it is void relics. Every single one of those in your city causes foreign cities within 9 tiles to lose 1 loyalty per turn. And any foreign city that leaves its civilization due to loss of loyalty from Eleanor, they join you immediately. So they don't become free cities. You don't have those terrorists roaming around your borders for a couple of turns. It just joins it immediately. This stacks with Amani. In single player, this is a hilarious snowball civ, especially if you can get like a golden age. You just become this giant pink blob across the map. It is hilarious. In multiplayer, I'm not sure because there's more ways to disrupt that. It does require you to be left alone. It does require you to focus on culture, and also requires you to play France, which is not great. But again, single player, super fun. I'm gonna put her an A for now. I don't know how controversial it is, but it's really funny. I have a good time every single time I play her. Let's see here. Up next, the Germans with Frederick Barbarossa. So, Germany, base game civ, very basic civ, but a really strong, really just all-around good civ. So, the civ ability, free imperial cities. Each city can build 1 more specialty district than the population limit would allow. What does that mean? Means if you have so typically, if you're not playing Germany, if your city has a population of 1, you can build 1 city. If your city has a population of 4, they can build 2 cities, 7, 3 cities, 10, 4 cities, etc., etc. With Germany, if you have 4 population, you can build 3 cities. If you have 7 population, you can build districts. If you have 7 pop, you can build 4 districts. If you have 10 pop, you can build 5. Now, granted, in every single German city, you're going to have an industrial zone and a commercial hub because that is what Germany is all about. And I'll get into that a little bit later. Actually, when I say later, I mean now. So, Germany's leader bonus is called the Holy Roman Emperor. You get an additional military policy slot in all governments. That's pretty good. That's awesome. That lets you run conscription and production bonuses at the same time. Saves you a lot of money, saves you a lot of production, which is what Germany is about. Also, you get +7 combat strength for all units when fighting city-states and their units. It's fine. Helps you conquer some nearby city-states. Like, let's say you start next to a bad city-state like, what's a bad one? Like, Fez or Jerusalem. And you're just like, I'll just take the city. I'll get some free XP. It just helps you like mow down use of cities. It is positive. It doesn't matter as much in multiplayer. It doesn't matter that much in single player either. Now let's talk about another kind of part of Germany. The U-boat or the Unterseeboot. It replaces the submarine. It gets +10 combat strength when fighting on ocean tiles. Has 50 less production cost. no strategic resource requirements, and has a sight of 3 as opposed to 2. It's fine. Submarines like never ever mattered in my games. I get it's a reference to like unrestricted submarine warfare in World War One. I've never used it. Germany is a land-based power for a reason. I understand what they were doing here. They should have picked like a Landerschnett, especially since we're going with Holy Roman Empire Germany and not like, 1800s Germany. So yeah, U-boat, whatever, might as well not even exist. But the real heart and soul of Germany is the Hansa. This is a unique industrial zone. Since it's a unique district, it's half the production cost. Now, the neat thing about the Hansa is that, where is it? So, it gives +2 production, which is a big adjacency bonus for every adjacent commercial hub. So you just surround all of your Hansas with commercial hubs and aqueducts, and you plug in the policy card that doubles your industrial hub bonuses, and you're just cranking out engineers, you're cranking out production like nobody's business. And since production is king in these games, this lets you do whatever victory you want. You want to do science with all your production, you can do that. You want to just crank out a lot of theater squares, you can do that. You want to conquer the world with German engineering, you can do that too. For me, again, Germany's just like good at anything you want, so I'm just going to put him... Let's see. Amantora has a better early game, but I think Germany has a higher ceiling. I'll put them right there for now. But I don't think anyone would get mad at me for putting Germany in S tier here. Now, speaking of S tier gods, let's talk about Mongolia. So I'm going to be talking about the Civ ability first, and then I'll talk about each of the leader abilities. So we have the Civ ability Ortu. This means sending a trade route immediately creates a trading post in the destination city. And you also gain an extra level of diplomatic visibility with civilizations that have a Mongolian trading post. And you also get +6 combat strength for all units for each level of diplomatic visibility Mongolia has over other civilizations. Remember when I was talking about France and was saying like, hey, France gets, just a permanent +3? Mongolia can get a +6 or a +12 or a +18. If you bum rush printing, you get some spies out. Mongolia gets very, very scary very, very quickly. They can be absolutely terrifying. They're not so much about quantity, they're more so about quality. So they can afford to have less units, but each of those units can get up to like a +12 or +18 combat strength, which can just absolutely decimate you. This also applies to religious units. So if you just want to play, like a meme game like Religious Mongolia, which I might do for a stream idea, that actually sounds really funny the more I think about it. You could totally do that. Just put in your spies in friendly or enemy territories, send in a bunch of apostles, and just do sick religious rap battles until they die. So, or two, really good for religion, really, really good for domination. Doesn't really apply with science or culture that much. Let's talk about the unique building, the Ordu. This replaces the stable. Now, it gives all the same bonuses as the stable, but it also gives +1 movement for all cavalry units trained in the city. That's what you're building it for. I believe it also gives... No, yeah, it just gives +1 extra movement for all cavalry. That's good. You're Genghis Khan. That's what you want to be doing. It's a nice little bonus. I would prefer it if it gave like a production bonus to cavalry, but what are you going to do? The Keshig. The Keshiv is a unique ranged cavalry unit. You unlock it with stirrups, so you'll be unlocking that alongside knights. It has... What's the movement on this thing? It has a movement of 4 and a range combat strength of 45. Also, I believe it can move after attacking? Cannot move after attack. Okay. But yeah, Keshig's super, super scary. if it's in formation with a civilian unit, like let's say a great general or a settler or a builder, those settlers and those builders or that general shares its movement. These things are super, super scary. They don't really help take cities, but just like horse archers in real life, they can be very, very cheap and very, very deadly. So it's good. It's synergistic. It's not like a standout unit like the Manryu Chariot Archer or the Geisite, but it is good. It helps Genghis do what he was already going to do. Now, Genghis's leader ability. It's a bit boring. Cavalry class units gain +3 combat strength and have a chance to capture defeated cavalry class enemy units. It's fine. +3 to all cavalry. You're going to be building cavalry. You're going to be fine with cavalry. Helps you do what you're doing better. It's fine. No complaints. Not special. Just kind of boring. I wish it would have been like guaranteed to capture, because that's the chance is kind of unreliable. Also, when you capture them, they have like 10 health, so they're just going to die anyway. So Genghis, I'll put him in like A. He takes a little bit more setup than Chandragupta, but like if you get him going, he's absolutely terrifying. Now Mongolian Kublai Khan. So I will go over, actually, wait, do I have both Kublais? I do have both Kublais. So I believe Mongolian Kublai is here. So Mongolian Kublai and Chinese Kublai, they both have the same one. They gain an additional economic policy slot regardless of the government. And they also gain a random Eureka and inspiration upon first establishing a trading post in another major civilization city. Okay. First part of this ability, +1 economic slot. Really, really good. That's awesome. The economic slot is the second best policy slot after wildcard. It's just the most diverse. It lets you do a bunch of stuff. However, it can soft lock the game if you're playing on secret societies and you pick Owls of Minerva before you unlock more than 3 trade policies. The second ability is very disappointing. Whenever you trade with the new Civ for the first time, you just get 1 Eureka and 1 inspiration. If I was designing this, I would have made it so that you would get a random Eureka or inspiration each time you set up a new trading post in a city. Because I understand what they're trying to do with this. They were trying to recreate the Silk Road, get your trading posts, and just trade with everyone you can. But once you trade with 1 civ each, the ability's dead. And let's be honest, it's not that good of an ability. It gets you less inspirations and Eurekas than Alexander's ability. Yeah, because if it was you get 1 Eureka or inspiration for each new one, that would actually encourage me to like go out and trade with as many cities as I want. And Kublai is just like, he's a weaker version, like Mongolian Kublai, he's a weaker version of Genghis, and Chinese Kublai is a weaker version of China. I'll just put like both these here. Like they're fine. There's just no reason to play Kublai when you can just play Genghis or Qin Shi Huang. Let's move on to Sumeria, led by best boy Gilgamesh. So, okay. So the Civ ability, Epic Quests. Capturing a barbarian outpost grants a tribal village reward, and levying city-state units costs 50% less gold. The first half is fun in the early game. It encourages you to go out and bonk a bunch of barbarians. You know, it's good. It's fine. But once the early game ends, it's kind of a dead ability. And if you have no city-states, or if you just don't levy city-states like I do, I played Civ for like 1,200 hours, and I've levied city-states when I'm not hungry like 6 times. It's fine. Yeah. Let's go over Gilgamesh's ability. You may declare war on any civilization at war with an ally without warmonger penalties. When you're at war with a common enemy, Sumeria and allied units share pillage rewards and combat experience if within 5 tiles of each other. You also earn alliance points per turn if both civs are at war with the same foe. And when fighting a common enemy, Gilgamesh and his allies share a 5 a +5 combat strength bonus. And with Heroes and Legends only, you get plus 25% production when claiming heroes, and heroes have a 20% longer lifespan. That's fine. That's flavor. This ability, not this ability, the previous ability, the regular ability, not the Heroes and Legends one, that is, excuse me one second. Wait. Sorry about that. I'm back now. All right. Where was I? Okay. Yes, Sumeria. So, in single player, you will never, ever be able to coordinate with the AI with pillage rewards or military unit experience. In multiplayer, if you are on teams, if you team up with a buddy, you enter into a military alliance and fight wars together, Sumeria becomes very, very scary because with I think it's a level 2 or level 1 military alliance, you get +5 combat strength when fighting against a common foe. And Sumeria gets an additional +5. So if you can get that really early on in a game with a buddy, you can just get +10 combat strength always. As long as you coordinate your attacks, which if you're playing multiplayer, you can. But again, I'm designing this list around single player, and it's just not that good. I like having Gilgamesh in my games because you can declare friendship with him turn 1. I just don't like playing as him. He's just kind of boring. Because the entire Civ is basically the war cart. The war cart, you get it from the start of the game. It has no combat penalty against anti-cav units. You get +1 movement when starting your turn on flat terrain. It ignores zone of control. It costs 55 production, has a melee strength of 30. It's just really scary. A lot of civs early on just can't deal with it. You can churn these out really, really quickly. This is the entire civ. So if you just like spamming war cards early game, trolling some AI, trolling some city-states, killing a bunch of barbarians with these, you can have fun with it. But that's the entire civ. In single player, if you can actually coordinate with a human opponent or a human friend, this civ becomes a lot scarier. And the unique improvement, the Ziggurat, gives you +2 science, +1 culture if next to a river, and additional +1 culture with natural history. It's fine. If it gave housing, it'd be a lot better. If it gave you like a food or a production, it'd be a lot better. Like if it's just missing something. Like you can do some neat science spam and like win science with Gilgamesh, but like you need food and you need production. It's really, really hard to justify working a science and culture only tile if it doesn't give you any food or production, unfortunately. Now, so with all that said, with just the war cart, how am I going to grade the war cart civilization in Civ 6? Like, I know I'm grading it for single player, but like his abilities at least have some synergy. Like there's no synergy here and all of your abilities are out of your control here. At least you have like something to work with. It's not great, but it's a lot better in multiplayer. Yeah, I'm sorry, Gogabro, but again, there's a lot of really, really good mods that make Sumeria incredible. But on to Indonesia. I know I'm talking about Pangaea, but on archipelago or continent map, I'm just gonna tell you she's like up here. I absolutely adore playing as Indonesia. So let's start off with the Indonesia ability. Coast and lake tiles provide minor adjacency for Holy Site Campus, Industrial Zone, and Theater Square districts. And if you build a entertainment complex next to a coast or lake, you get +1 amenity. The first part is really, really good because if you can get an island or next to a coast, I know right off the bat you think like, oh, like, okay, so she's like a culture kind of faith civ, and yeah, you are. She would be. Unfortunately for you, sometime during Civ 6's life cycle, the devs decided to buff campuses. And they buffed campuses by making it so that adjacent reefs gave you +2. So an adjacent mountain gives you +1, adjacent reef gives you +2. And this stacks with Guitarja's bonus, or the Indonesia bonus. I've had campuses that are +6 or +7 that are just on tiny little islands surrounded by reefs. I've had coastal campuses that are giving me +5, +6. And this is like in like every city or every other city. Indonesia is unintentionally a fantastic science civ. Yeah. And like, so if you can get those, she's super good. If you're playing on, archipelago, islands, continent, she's incredible. But let's talk about Guitarja herself. You can purchase naval units with faith. Religious units pay no movement cost to embark or disembark. And city centers adjacent to coast or lake give you +2 faith. What does this mean? It means you are getting first or second chance at your pantheon. In a single player game or in a multiplayer game, that means you can get the free seller pantheon. And 2 cities early on, especially in a multiplayer setting, is freaking busted. So just +2 faith just for selling cities. This also promotes you to build wide. This is absolutely it's a simple ability, but it's super, super good ability. And also being able to purchase naval units with faith is really good considering she has the Zhong. And the Zhong is debatably one of the best, if not the best naval unit in the entire game. So it replaces the frigate, and it's unlocked with mercenaries a lot earlier. It has +1 movement, higher than the frigate. It has 55 range strength, which I believe the frigate has... Okay, 55, yeah. But you're getting that like an hour and a half earlier. And you can buy this with faith. And when it's in a formation, now that means great admirals. So if it's with you get +5 combat strength and shares its movement with all the units. So that means if it's escorting a great admiral, you're getting +10. If it's escorting a missionary, you're getting +5. If you're escorting a settler, it's +5. But if you have a great admiral, which you really should have, you're getting +10. You're decimating coastal cities. Just like 2 Zhongs early in, it's not even fair. You can just destroy cities on the coast or take them. It's super, super fun. If you can bum rush Zhongs with the Guitarja, the game's basically over if you're on an archipelago map. Super, super fun, unique unit. Synergizes so well with her kit. I love the Zhong. The Zhong's not even the funnest part of Indonesia. For me, that is the Kampung. And the Kampung, in my opinion, might just be the best unique improvement in the entire game. What's it do? Well, it gives you +1 production, +1 housing, which is what the ziggurat should have been. It gives you +1 food for each adjacent fishing boat. Not every 2, not every 3, each adjacent fishing boat. It gives you another +1 housing with mass production. It gives you another +1 production with civil engineering. And it provides bonus tourism for every bonus food once you have flight. This is just the best. It synergizes with your kit. It gives you housing, gives you big yields. You can have a 1 tile or 2 tile city with Indonesia be like 15, 16 pop and just be massive. Like Indonesia on island or like continent split maps can just do stuff that no other civ can do. And even on Pangaea, like you can get some busted campuses. She is a bit weaker on Pangaea, I will admit that. But like just every part of her kit just synergizes so well. Like I have an absolute blast every single time I play her. If this was islands, she'd be god tier, like probably top 5 no prom. But for now, since she's in Pangaea, on Pangaea, I'll put her here. If it was on any other map type, I'd put her in god tier. Now, okay. So we're talking about Greece. Okay. This is going to be fun. Okay. So, let me just take a little break just to check something. All right, so Gorgo's up next, but because this is just how I like to do things, I'm going to talk about Gorgo, then Pericles together. Let me just check how long I've been on stream. Okay. All right, nice. All right, cool. So this is going a little bit faster than I expected. Let's talk about Gorgo first. Actually, let's talk about Greece first. Greece. The civ ability is Plato's Republic. Very boring, very simple, but very strong civ ability. You gain an additional wildcard policy slot in any government. What does this do? It means you can put in inspiration, you can rush a religion pretty well as Greece. You can just earn whatever great people you want anytime you want. You can do whatever you want. It's a free wildcard. Like, it's basically, is it Patala? It's basically a Forbidden City. I think that's what it's called. It's the Forbidden City Wonder, but you just get it. Again, simple but effective. The other good part of the kit is the Hoplite. The Hoplite is a Spearman replacement. It has 3 higher combat strength than the Spearman, so 28 versus 25. And it gets plus 10 combat strength when adjacent to another Hoplite. This is scary. They are very cheap at only 1 maintenance. They are very cheap to produce at 65 production. With Gorgo, the Hoplites are just absolutely horrifying. They are, I would say, like the top 3 ancient era unit, just because you can get like 38 melee units for like 1 maintenance and just pump them out. Very, very hard to deal with, especially with Gorgo. Actually, let me just reference Gorgo's ability real quick. So, Gorgo's ability, they changed it a little bit in Gathering Storm, I believe. Her leader bonus is Thermopylae, or Thermopylae, depending on how you want to pronounce it. This is that killing a unit provides culture equal to 50% of its combat strength. So let's say if a unit has 40 combat strength, you kill the unit, you get 20. Easy. This works on barbarians too. So this means early game Gorgo, if you're just farming barbarians or going to early war, or you're just killing some city-states, you're hitting that tech tree super, super fast. You're going down it, and you're hitting oligarchy really quickly. And if you hit oligarchy quickly, that means you get the +4 combat strength very quickly. And since you have the wildcard policy, you can get great generals, even without encampments, before anybody else can. Gorgo is absolutely terrifying. That's not even counting the other half of her ability, which is +1 combat strength for all units for each military policy card in the current government. So that means if you're going oligarchy with Gorgo, that means you're having, I believe, 2 military slots and 2 wildcard slots. That means you are getting +8 combat strength. That's +4 from the government and +4 from her ability. Combine that with the Hoplites, you are getting +18 combat strength Hoplites, decimating your enemies. Yeah. And then you get the Acropolis, in case that wasn't enough culture. It's unique district, which means it's already better inherently. You get major adjacency for each adjacent wonder, just like a normal Theater Square district. But it also gets +2 for being adjacent to a city center. And also gets +1 for each adjacent district. The only downside is that it has to be built on hills. But who cares? You have a hill starting bias. That's a small price to pay. You have to sell next to a hill for prime material. Doesn't matter. It's cheap. It's easy. Gorgo's like utterly terrifying. She's an absolute queen. Ain't nothing short of it. I love Gorgo. I like strong ladies. She's terrifying. She's good at culture. Now, I know you say like, oh, but like Persia's good at culture and Persia's good at military. It's conflicting with him. Why isn't it conflicting with her? It's because she's just better. She's just better at both than he is, and she was a base game civ. Like, I would much rather pick Gorgo than Persia. Now, that's just Gorgo. Gorgo's very scary militarily, and she's very scary early game. Pericles, on the other hand, while he's a bit weaker early game and he doesn't quite have the military strength that Gorgo does, his ability instead is +5 culture per city-state that Greece is the suzerain over. Oh, by the way, I forgot, with the Acropolis, you also get +1 envoy towards city-states every time it's completed. So, that +5 culture, that is a information era policy slot, or policy card, that you get at the start of the game. This means you're getting barely any culture early game, but you're getting a lot of culture late in the game. And especially if you're playing on Secret Societies and you get Owls of Minerva, Pericles is also super busted there. Just both versions of Greece, super, super good, super, super strong. Can't say enough good things about them. Just, I love playing as Greece. They feel like cheating. Just excellent civ. I don't know how that, like, the designers thought that Greece and Egypt, or like Greece and Gandhi, were okay in the same game. Like, that just doesn't make any sense. All right. Next up, Babylon with Hammurabi. Okay. Okay, let's just get this out of the way. Let's just, yeah. So, just right off the bat, the civ ability Enuma, Anu, and Lil, Eureka's instantly unlock their technologies. So typically in Civ, when you get a Eureka, you get 40% of that technology. Now, what's a Eureka? It's basically a certain mini game or a certain task you can do to just boost the technology along. So for archery, you kill a unit with a slinger, you get a boost towards archery. You want to boost machinery, which gets you crossbowmen, you get 3 archers. You want to boost riding, you meet a Civ. Stuff like that. But in Babylon's case, you just get it. So the second you build 3 archers, you get crossbowmen. The second you build a farm of a resource, you get irrigation. The second you build 3 mines, you get man-at-arms. The second you build 2 factories, or is it 2 or 3 workshops? The second you build 2 or 3 workshops, you get industrialization, which gets you coal, which can very easily get you aerodromes, which can get you fighter jets and bombers in the classical era. This is by no means a balanced ability. It requires very good knowledge of gameplay design and game mechanics, but it comes at a heavy cost, and that heavy cost is minus 50% science per turn. For some people, that is a heavy cross to bear. If you start near iron, you basically win the game. If you don't start near iron, that's going to be a bit of a bottleneck. Also, late game can be a bit of a bottleneck if you have no one to steal technologies from. Because also, you can steal Eurekas from enemies, and that just gives you the technology. So, yeah, Babylon, kind of scary. You can get 8 production mines in the classical era. Very reliably, mind you. Yeah, like, the Civ ability alone is just beyond nutty, beyond busted. Like, just not fair in the slightest. Pardon me, just had to check something real quick. So, Hammurabi, the leader. His leader bonus is alright. Upon building each type of specialty district, so that's holy sites, that's campuses, that's theater districts, except for the government plaza. For the first time, you get the building, you get the first tier building. So the first time you build a campus, you get a free library. The first time you build a shrine, you get a free, the first time you build a holy site, you get a free shrine. The first time you build a commercial hub, you get a free market. This helps you build your cities really, really quickly early on in the game. Also, upon building any other district, like I think like diplomatic quarter or government plaza, you get a free envoy. Nowhere near as game breaking as the Civ ability, but it is good. It does help you get those great scientist points earlier, which you want to get those free Eurekas. The unique melee unit is the Sabum Kibitun. You can get it early on in the game. It's you can get it alongside warriors. I don't think it replaces warriors, but I could be wrong on that. But basically, it has 17 melee strength. You get plus 17 combat versus heavy and light cavalry units, and you get plus 5 combat strength versus anti-cavalry. So it's basically a warrior and a spearman combined into one with a movement and sight of 3. So with Babylon, you don't ever need to build. You don't ever need to build scouts. Just build 7 Kibituns. Build like 3 or 4 of them. You're good for the early game. Also, that can help you get some Eurekas. Really solid. Again, not as dummy busted as the Geisete. Still really good. really happy to have it. The Palgum. The Palgum is what I wish the Watermill was. The Palgum replaces the Watermill. It's unlocked with irrigation. It provides +2 production, +1 housing, and +1 food to all tiles when they are adjacent to fresh water. So that means if every single tile next to the river is just getting +1 food, this means you can build very big cities very quickly. The Watermill, for comparison, only gives you +1 food, +1 production, and just +1 food from bonus resources. Yeah, so Palgum just, like, objectively better than the Watermill. So much better. I wish that's what the Watermill was. I barely build Watermills just because, like, I don't know, they're just not that good. Like, if I have, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 sources of, like, rice or, like, wheat in a city, I might, but, like, but yeah, Hammurabi, Babylon, absolutely busted. Let's go on to a civ that is slightly less busted. Norway, led by Harald Hardrada. Now, the civ ability, Nar, you can enter ocean tiles with shipbuilding, which I believe is... I believe it's the tech that unlocks quadrarenes. So you can enter the ocean way earlier than other civs, and all units pay no movement cost to embark or disembark. Also, your naval melee units can heal in neutral territory. This means you can explore faster, you can explore earlier. If you're on a Terra map, you can get entire content to yourself. Also, this means that you can go on little pillaging sagas without needing to head back home to heal. And when I mentioned pillaging, let's go to the Viking Longship. The Viking Longship is one of the 2 unique units. It replaces the galley. It lets you perform coastal raids, which means you can raid coastal improvements. You can raid coastal districts. You can even raid coastal builders and settlers. This is very, very fun in a multiplayer game. It's obviously less fun on Pangaea, but even with Pangaea, Norway can still do some fun things after their last patch. It also has +1 movement in coastal waters, and it has +5 combat strength, 35 compared to the 30. Really good. It's an Ancient Era unique unit. I personally like it better than the Byrene because it can do coastal raids. Now for the leader ability. In Gathering Storm, you get +50 production towards naval melee units. That means triremes, that means galleys, that means ironclads. I believe it's called an ironclad. This is pretty good. It's alright. It helps you get those 2 galleys out for the shipbuilding Eureka better. All naval melee units can do coastal raids, which is an ability you typically don't get until the privateer in the medieval era. This was his base skin ability, and it's not that good. With a patch, they made it so that pillaging and coastal raiding also grants science for mines and culture for quarries, pastures, plantation, and camps. And yes, this also stacks with the raid and total war policy cards. Meaning, if you just, you just get a bunch of horsemen, you get the promotion where pillaging only costs 1 movement point, or you get a bunch of helicopters, you can just print money and faith and science and gold and culture and faith just for free. It's super fun. Now, before this patch, I believe every civ could do this, but they said, hey, that kind of fits the Viking vibe a little bit more, so let's give it to our good friends, the Vikings. Yeah, so with this, even on a Pangaea map, Herald is still super, super fun to play. Speaking of things that were patched from Norway, the Berserker. The Berserker requires 10 iron to train. It gets +2 movement when starting its turn in enemy territory. So it's typically a infantry unit, but in enemy territory, it becomes a horseman. It gets +10 combat when attacking, but -5 combat strength when defending against melee attacks. I believe this used to be -10 combat strength when defending against anything, so they would just melt to arrows. But here, they actually get, like, pretty scary. Like, super, super scary. Also, they have 3 higher combat strength at 45 compared to 48 compared to 45. Just Oh, also, you get at military tactics instead of at, I believe... Yeah, you get at military tactics, which is like a little bit earlier, I believe. So, again, just super scary at land, super scary at sea. The weakest part of their kit has to be the stave church. It replaces the temple, requires a holy site to build, and it just gives you +1 production for every coastal research worked in the city. It basically, it's like the sea god pantheon, but it's local to a city and requires you to build a church, which it's fine, I guess. I would have gone with like a unique harbor or a unique lighthouse, but stave, or you know what, like stave church would have been better as like a unique improvement. You give them bonuses for like being coastal or something. Just, I don't know, having it be a temple replacement feels kind of nutty. I'll put them like low A. Yeah, that seems fitting. Also, yes, Weeaboo Des. I don't care. I'm just going to get that out of the way before I start the rest of the list. Or before I start the rest of this. Actually, let's put Polanyi right there too. So, Japan in Civ 6 is also a vanilla Civ that is very busted but very simple. Civ ability is called Meiji Restoration. This means that all of your districts get +1 for being adjacent to another district. This means like campuses, theater squares, holy sites, commercial hubs, doesn't matter. Just clump your cities as close and as tight-knit as possible just so that all of them feed off each other and get super, super powerful. That alone makes Japan an A tier Civ. Hojo. His ability, it's 3 parts, but functionally it's 2 parts. First part, +5 combat strength for all land units and naval units fighting coastal. So if your land units are on the coast, they get +5. If your ships are on the coast, they also get +5. This makes them very scary in island maps, very scary on the coast as well, just like in real life. They also build encampments, holy sites, and theater square districts in half the time. So imagine if they had a unique holy site, theater district, and encampment, but that's in all the cities. Makes culture victories very easy. It makes work ethic super, super strong because you can get the first religion typically with Japan. I mean, unless it's like Mansa Musa or like some other big religious civ is in the game, you can at least get like second pick though. But with Japan, you're pretty much always getting religion. So you can go religion, you can go culture, you have some domination bonuses, but also because all their districts are better if you put them next to each other, you can also go science. The third part is districts, improvements, and units are immune to damage from hurricanes, and enemy units receive double damage from hurricanes in Japanese territory. This is just flavor text. It's a reference to when the Mongols invaded Japan and most of their troops got wiped out by the kamikaze or the divine wind. That much is like that part's flavor. The rest of their kit is fantastic. So, the samurai, you unlock them at feudalism instead of the tech tree. It replaces the man at arms. There's no combat penalty when damaged, and they have +3 combat strength, so they have 48 instead of 45. It's fine. It's good. It's a better version of an already good unit. No complaints. It's a bit boring, but it's good. Another part of their kit is the electronics factory. It replaces the regular factory. It gives standard +4 production to all city centers within 6 tiles. And then after discovering electricity, it gives you +4 culture. Okay, you're in games, you're probably getting like what, an extra 16, 20 culture max with this. It's fine. Again, boring but good. Really, like the Meiji Restoration ability alone and just being able to plop down holy sites and theater squares in half the time, just if you know how to plan cities, Japan is just absolutely like god tier. Speaking of god tier civs, let's talk about the Kamai. So, I know, spoiler alert. So, the civ ability is Grand Berets, which means that cities with an aqueduct get +1 amenity and +1 faith for every population. Not every 2 population, every population. So if you have a city with an aqueduct that has 10 population, you're getting 10 faith a turn for free. Also, your farms get +2 food when they are adjacent to an aqueduct. It's not just one farm, it's every single farm. And lastly, your farms get +1 faith if adjacent to a holy site. So it's like the Stepwell, only better. And we haven't even gotten into the leader abilities yet. Jaivarman. Jaivarman used to be garbage. Kamai used to be like high D, low C tier. But in the last bounce patch, they made Kamai super busted. His leader bonus is Monasteries of the King, which provides food equal to his adjacency bonus of his holy sites, and a +2 adjacency bonus from rivers, which means you choose River Goddess every single time you pick Kamai ever, because you're getting free food, free housing, free amenities, free faith with your holy sites next to rivers. It's stupid busted. Also, your holy sites get +2 housing if next to a river, and trigger a culture bomb, which gets you more tiles. So just build your holy sites next to rivers, and then you just kind of win. Because they give you food. If you decide to choose work ethic for your follow-up belief, it gives you production, it gives you housing, it gives you faith, it gives you amenities with the River Goddess Pantheon. Like, the holy site is the backbone of the Kamai. It's super good. It gives you stuff you need, and it's just fantastic. Let's talk about like the weakest but still really solid part of the kit, the Domre. The Domre is a classical era siege unit that replaces the Trebuchet. The difference is that it has a higher bombard strength of 50 compared to the Trebuchet's 45, it has a higher melee strength at 40 versus 35. It exerts zone of control, meaning enemy melee units cannot like walk through it, and it can also move and attack on the same turn without a great general. Again, it's a bit of a culture sieve, so you're not supposed to go to war, but you know, if you want to conquer a few cities with the Domre, you totally can. And I would highly encourage you to do that, because the Domres are awesome. Another great part of the kit is the Prasat, which is a temple replacement. It gives +6 faith instead of +4 faith, and it gives you half a point of culture for every population in the city. So if you have 10 population in a city, the temple is giving you 5 culture. If you have 20 population, it's giving you 10 culture. And it gives you 10 tourism if the city has 10 people or more, and 20 tourism if the city has 20 or more population. So with the Kamai, you want to build big cities, you want to build a lot of culture, you want to build a lot of faith, you just want to grow super huge and just let your Prasats and your aqueducts just build you massive, massive, stupid big cities. I love playing the Kamai. Probably have to play them on stream just to demonstrate how busted they are. They used to have like this like relic mini game where all of your missionaries would produce relics when they died. It was fine, but it's nowhere near as good as what we have now. So I'm super, super happy with where the Kamai are. Speaking with busted civs, I'll put them just like tiny god here. So, João III of Portugal. The civ ability is Casa da India. International trade routes can only be sent to cities on the coast with a harbor, but gain 50% bonus to all yields. Traders have plus 50% range over water, and they can embark as soon as they are unlocked. This means that you can only trade coastally, but your trade routes are going to be super huge. Now, João's ability. +1 sight for all units. This helps you scout earlier, helps you scout better. That's nice. It's minor, but it's nice. And meeting another civ grants +1 trade route capacity, and you get open borders with all city-states. You know how Persia gets +1 trade route? João gets at least 4. And with his sight, with his naval capabilities, you're going to be researching, you're going to be meeting all of the cities. Now let's talk about the Now. The Now replaces the Caravel. It has a sight of 3, and it gets 1 free promotion when trained, purchased, or upgraded. And it also has 2 build charges and half the maintenance of a normal Caravel. Now, you may be asking, build charges? Boats can't build anything. Well, you would be right, but they can build a little something called a Feitoria. I can't seem to find the Feitoria. Where is it? Okay. But basically, the Feitoria, it is something you can only build in foreign waters. So, the Feitoria, I believe it grants you 6 gold and 1.5 production per trade route to that city. It can only be built adjacent to a bonus resource, but that's a bonus land or water resource. So you can build it next to like some sheep on land, but it has to be, so if like sheep is on the coast, you can build it adjacent to the coast. Now, granted, that gives the person you put that Feitoria in, it gives them a +4 gold tile in the water, but whatever. You're making like 30, 40 gold to trade out with the Feitorias. Basically, you scout the world, build as many nows as you can in the medieval era, build as many Feitorias as you can, and then just trade to the city with the most Feitorias, and just make a bazillion gold a turn. It's a super, super fun, unique playstyle, and I hope to see more of this unique Civ building in Civ 7 whenever that decides to come out. Now, the unique building is the Navigation School. It's a replacement for the university, and it gives you plus 25% production towards naval units in the city. And it gives you +1 science for every 2 coast or lake tiles in the city. And it gives you a default +4 science by itself and +1 housing. If you're building these on the coast, which you should be, Portugal is just an absolutely busted, absurd science civ. They're less busted on Pangaea because they can be landlocked. If someone takes all your coastal cities over land and raises them, you're kind of screwed. You're playing just the worst civ in the game. They're like Venice from Civ 5, but like way better. So on like islands or archipelago or continent split, he's god tier. On Pangaea, he's a tiny god bordering on a god. It's still super good. Speaking of busted civ, man, there's so many busted civs. Okay. Australia. The Koala Kingdom. So, I don't know why they thought this civ was okay. Like, even, like, especially back then, it was just absolutely busted. So, what makes Australia so busted? A lot of things. First off, civ ability, land down under. You get +3 housing in coastal cities. Building a pasture makes a culture bomb, which gives you all the surrounding tiles. And also, your campus, commercial hub, holy site, and theater square districts gain +1 to their yields in tiles with charming appeal and +3 in breathtaking appeal. This used to be +2 and +4 respectively, but they nerfed that because even back then they're like, okay, that seems a bit too busted. Which means you want to make your land pretty, you want to take care of your environment. And also, since you get bonuses for settling coastally, that helps too. Now, that's nice. That's a nice little civ ability. It promotes you to be pretty and coastal. The real busted garbage is his leader bonus. John Curtin, the absolute warmonger, complete bastard. I hate seeing this guy in my games. He's the biggest hypocrite. Can't stand him. The leader bonus for him is you get +100% production in all cities for the next 10 turns, after being declared war upon, and for the next 20 turns, for the next 10 turns after being declared war on or liberating a city. You can cheese this by just constantly re-liberating a city-state. You can also kind of cheese this in a multiplayer game. This is kind of like a production bonus of Vietnam's civ ability. Because +100% production is just busted no matter what you're doing. So you can have war declared on you, and you can just be building infrastructure. Or if you don't have infrastructure, if you're caught with your pants down, it helps you build up a military. Just super good. Like, this ability alone makes Australia busted. But they also have a really, really solid, unique improvement. You have the Outback Station, gives you +1 food, +1 production, half housing, +1 food from every adjacent pasture, and +1 production from every adjacent pasture. You can also build these next to each other. And every Outback Station gives you more production for every 2 adjacent Outback Stations and extra food. So they kind of designed the civ to be built to be played in like real Australia locations. So like settle on the coast, but if there's like a bunch of cheap garbage desert in the interior, you can also live there too. But also, it doesn't have to be built in desert. It can also be built in grassland and plains as well. Also, the Digger. This is a very fun unit. And by fun, I mean totally unfair balance. Please, Firaxis, please fix this. It gets plus 10 combat strength on coastal tiles. So it's like Japan's bonus, but localized in one unit. And it also has plus 5 combat strength outside of Australian territory. So if you're using these guys to liberate city-states outside of Australia's territory and they're on the coast, they're just not going to die. They also have no strategic resource requirements. Because the common bottleneck for infantry is that they require oil, and typically, if you're not going military, you want to use oil to power your cities. But they just don't need oil, and they have 78 combat strength instead of 75. Just every part of this kit is absolutely busted. I still don't know what exactly they were planning. Firaxis, please. Alright. Now, a more balanced Civ, finally. I feel like we've just covered nothing but busted Civs. We get Christina, the apparently treasonous leader of Sweden. Now, let's see here. The Swedish, the Bork country, their ability is Nobel Peace, or Nobel Prize rather. You get plus 50 diplomatic favor upon recruiting any great person, so prophets, musicians, artists, it doesn't matter. You get plus 1 engineer from factories and plus 1 great scientist points from universities. And when Sweden's in the game adds 3 unique World Congress competitions starting in the industrial era. But if you're playing with mods like a normal Civ player, you can find a mod that just adds those competitions. In single player, you can use this diplomatic favor to just sell off to the AI for cash. In multiplayer, you can also use that diplomatic favor to sell off to players for cash. The extra engineer and extra science does help with science victories as well. Now, let's talk about Christina herself. Buildings with at least 3 great work slots and wonders with at least 2 great work slots are automatically themed. So in Civ 6, there's this art minigame called theming, which means you have to get the same kind of art, so you have to match landscapes with each other or sculptures with each other, but they have to be from different artists. In single player, it's kind of easy to do. In multiplayer, chances are you might not be able to do that. People know you are going for a culture victory. But with Sweden, you don't got to worry about that. Once you get 3 works of art, boom, you're good, automatically themed. You get a culture and a tourism boost. Really, really good ability if you want to go culture in multiplayer. And then her Civ ability also helps with diplomatic and science and with diplomacy and science victories. Now, she also has a unique building and a unique tile improvement. The unique tile improvement is the open air museum. What this does is that it gives you plus 2 loyalty per turn in the city. Whatever. But it also gives you plus 2 culture and plus 2 tourism for each type of terrain Sweden has settled in on a city. So you have to settle one city in snow, tundra, desert, plains, and grassland. If you manage to get one city in all of those, every single one of these is going to be giving you plus 10 culture and plus 10 tourism. That being said, these are locked to 1 per city. Just 1. So make sure you plant it where you want to plant it. But with just these alone, under optimal settings, if you have like 8 or 9 cities, you could be getting 80 to 90 culture per turn just with open air museums. And the Queen's Bibliothèque, it is a tier 2 government plaza building. It does not replace anything. It is entirely unique. It gives you plus 2 writer, plus 2 artist, and plus 2 musician points per turn. And it has 2 slots for writing, 2 slots for art, and 2 slots for music, and gives you a governor title. So Sweden's kind of a bounce Civ. They're kind of good at science and at science victories. They're kind of good at diplomacy victories, but they really, really excel in culture victories. And because of how good they are in culture, and again, I am grading this in single player, not multiplayer, I'm gonna give them the A. So just gonna put. I'm sorry for spoiling. Oh wait, shoot! I did not go over the. Wait a second. Hang on. Oops. Big oopsie. I completely forgot to go over the Karelian. The Karelian is it's a Swedish anti-cavalry unit. It replaces the pike and shot of the industrial era. It has higher movement of 3 compared to 2, and it has a lower maintenance cost of 3 versus 4. Their unique thing is that they get +3 combat strength per point of unused movement. So they have +3 movement if they just fortify, if they stand still. They are getting +9 combat strength. They're better for the defense rather than the offense, especially if you're going culture. You don't really want to be doing too much offense to begin with. So again, it's nice. It's pretty good. If you don't have oil, you can just use these instead for your defense or your offense. Decent unit. No complaints there. Now, let's go over the Maori. So, the Maori are a very, very unique, very, very fun civ, especially in multiplayer. The AI Coupe kind of messes up. The AI doesn't know where to settle, so frequently in single-player games, the Coupe AI will just settle like garbage one-tile island cities for his capital. But their civ ability is Mana, where you start with sailing and shipbuilding unlocked, and you can enter the ocean tiles from the start of the game. This also means if Coupe is in your game, the sea barbarians are going to start with quadriremes. Your units also get +5 combat strength and +2 movement when they are embarked, meaning when they are on water. And your unimproved woods and rainforests get +1 production, increasing to +2 with mercantilism, and adding +3 with conservation. And you also get +1 food from fishing boats. Building a fishing boat also triggers a culture bomb, but resources cannot be harvested, which means you cannot chop bonus resources like sheep, you cannot chop copper, you cannot chop rice or wheat. That being said, you should not be chopping anyway. You shouldn't be chopping rainforest, you should not be chopping woods, you shouldn't even be building lumber mills, because with Coupe, you just want to keep the environment nice and pretty. You want to be building preserves, and you want to be building his mare. Also, to balance it out, you can't earn great riders. Whatever. Not a big deal. Coupe, his leader ability. Every other civ, you start on land. He starts in the middle of the ocean with just 1 settler and 1 warrior. But until you settle that city, you get +2 science and +2 culture per turn before your first city is settled. And your first city receives a free builder, +1 population, and your palace gets +3 housing and +1 amenity. Early game Coupe, if he can find a good spot, if he doesn't like start next, if he decides not to land next to like Genghis Khan or Babylon or Gorgo, he can kind of just run away with the game. He can save a bunch of production on builder charges that he doesn't have to build because he doesn't have to chop stuff, and he can't improve. He doesn't want to build mines, and he doesn't have to build lumber mills on terrain or like forest or rainforest because that actually hurts him. Also, the palace just helps his capital get super, super huge. Now, the mare is kind of what ties this entire civ together. It is built in the Theater Square district and replaces the amphitheater. And what this does is that it gives +1 culture, +1 faith to all city tiles with a passable feature. What does that mean? It means you get +1 culture and faith for woods, for rainforests, and for reefs. It's basically preserved before preserves are added to the game. And this, of course, this culture turns into tourism once you get flight. So if you just like playing with nature, if you just like playing the eco victory or just like spamming a bunch of national parks, like just build theater squares and just build preserves with Coupe, you cannot be stopped. It's like almost kind of unfair. And also, in case if you think Coupe is a pushover when it comes to military, he's not, because for whatever reason, they decide to give him an absolutely busted swordsman unit. So just like the swordsman, it is unlocked. I actually think it's unlocked earlier than the swordsman. It's actually unlocked with construction. Just like the Varu, just like India's Varu, it reduces the combat strength of adjacent enemy units by 5 points. And it also has 1 build charge, which you can use to build a Pa. And a Pa is basically a fort a couple eras earlier. That being said, it does have a higher production cost at 120 versus 90, but it has no gold maintenance cost, requires no iron, and has 38 combat strength compared to 35. Why they give a culture civ one of the best swordsman replacements? I don't know, but they decided to do so. But yeah, so Coupe is just fun. If you're playing on a Terra map, it's just game over. You get an entire continent to yourself. Completely fair and balanced, as all things should be. Speaking of fair and balanced, unironically, let's talk about the Maya. So, the Maya. So, now, when I say they're balanced, I mean they're a bit overbalanced. They were the first civ released in the Maya and Grand Columbia pack, part of the New Frontier Pass, and it shows. So, their civ ability is Mayab. Cities do not receive additional housing from being adjacent to fresh water or coast, meaning all of your cities when they start out are going to have only 2 housing, which means you need to build aqueducts in every city you can. This is not negotiable. Your cities also will gain +1 amenity for each luxury resource adjacent to the city center. So that means, and you don't even have to improve that. So like, let's say you find a nice spot and you have some amber and some foxes like 1 tile apart from each other. If you settle right in between those luxury resources, you're getting an automatic +2 amenities before you even improve it. So that's pretty sweet. Farms provide +1 housing regardless, and that's on top of the half housing. So if you have 2 farms, that's 3 housing, right? You have 4 farms, that's 6 housing. So you really got to build your farms. If also your farms provide +1 gold, and if they are adjacent to their unique district, the observatory, they also get +1 production. So that is the civ ability. Let's talk about Lady Six Sky, the leader who is definitely not reusing animations from Nubia. Her leader bonus is Ix Mutal Aja, which means non-capital cities within 6 tiles of the capital gain +10% to all yields and receive a builder when founded. However, your cities farther than 6 tiles away from the capital receive -15% to all yields, and you get +5 combat strength for all friendly units within 6 miles of the mine capital. This means you make your capital, then you chart out 6 tiles in every single direction, and you only settle cities in those 6 spots. Maya really emphasizes playing tall. You want to be left alone. You want a turtle. It's a very fun turtle civ. You can build a lot taller than you would normally, but they have a very slow start because they're low housing. Now, while their start might be slow, they do have the Holche to protect themselves. So you know how I said there's +5 combat strength for all cities within 6 tiles of the capital? The Holche takes advantage of that. So the Holche is an archer replacement that has +3 combat strength. So the archer has 25, the Holche has 28. And the Holche has +5 range strength against wounded units. So you just build a bunch of Holche, you defend your land, and you basically get +10 combat strength against enemy invaders. Very useful. I've managed to ward off attacks and early wars that I would not have been able to otherwise, thanks to the Maya. Now, let's talk about the observatory. So, it is a unique district, it is a unique campus, but it's got some problems. So, it's not a direct upgrade to the campus, it's more of a side grade. So, the side grade is that, how do I even describe this? So, a campus usually gets +2 bonuses towards reefs and +2 bonuses towards when it's built next to geothermal fissures, and it gets +1 bonus when built adjacent to mountains. The observatory is not like that. Instead, they rely on plantations. So if you have a plantation bonus resource like bananas or dyes or cotton, you will get +2 bonus towards science if you put it right next to it. And it gets I believe it gets half a science for every adjacent farm or district. So if it's surrounded by 6 farms, you're getting +3 science. Which means that if you're in a bunch of flat land, like where Maya wants to be, doesn't matter what your terrain is, you can get regularly like +3 campuses. And if you have a lot of plantations nearby, that's even higher. If this was in addition to the mountains, because it seems kind of weird for an observatory to not have adjacency bonus for mountains, That's kind of dumb. If it kept the bonuses towards mountains and reefs, this would be like an S+ observatory. Maya would be like probably the best science civ in the game. But unfortunately, they're not. Their capital will kind of suck until you get a lot of builders online. They need a lot of builders. And if they get bad terrain, like if you're near a desert or if you spawn in the tundra, because for whatever reason, Civ 6 loves spawning me in the tundra or by the coast with the Maya, you can just get screwed over very, very easily by stuff completely outside of your control. So because of all that, because their observatory is kind of a weird side grade and just like not a direct upgrade to the campus, because they seem a bit overbalanced, I'm putting them in high B tier. Now, let's see how I'm doing on time. Okay, no, I'm doing fine. All right, so let's go to the Mapuche. You know, fun fact, I actually did not know that the Mapuche existed until I heard about them in Civ 6. Very happy to have learned about them. So, Civ 6 were kind of in a similar category as the Kamai. They were just kind of like, they were like kind of garbage before their last balance update. So, their civ ability is Toki, which is cities with an established governor gain plus 5% culture and plus 5% production, and plus 10% combat experience towards all units trained in the city. These are tripled in cities not founded by the Mapuche. So if you conquered a city and you conquered an enemy city, you place a governor there. That governor is now giving that city plus 15% culture, plus 15% production, and plus 30% combat strength to all military units trained inside that city. They're kind of like the Ottomans, but with a bit more culture flavor to them. Also, all cities within 9 tiles of a city within a governor gain plus 4 loyalty per turn towards your civilization. So they're a bit of a more militaristic version of Eleanor of Aquitaine. Lautaro, he kind of looks like that sad crying cat, you know, the one like I'll try to find it later. But his leader bonus is Swift Hawk. You get plus 10 combat strength when fighting civilizations that are in a golden or heroic age, or free cities. And defeating an enemy unit within the borders of an enemy city causes that city to lose 20 loyalty, or 40 loyalty if that civilization is in a gold or a heroic age. So while this ability is out of your control, it is perfectly possible in a single-player game or multiplayer game for you to just never fight anybody that's in a golden age. But if they're in a golden age, not only can you take their cities, you can take them very easily, and you can also hold on to them thanks to all of his abilities. So, also if you're playing on a single player against the AI, early on the AI will likely probably get a classical golden age, and if you can get that, you can just raffle stomp an early AI. I remember I played a game where Gorgo was my neighbor, and I was Lautaro, and I actually managed to get the Crusade belief with the religion. So I spread my religion to Gorgo's cities. She tries to attack me with hoplites, but with my warriors, I'm able to just completely decimate her entire empire really, really easily in the classical era, because I basically had plus 20 combat strength in her empire, which is just like completely absurd. So yeah, he plays around with loyalty in an interesting way. He gets absurd but situational combat boost. Pretty fun to play if you know what you're doing. His unique unit is the Milan Raider. It is unfortunately a unique light cavalry unit, meaning you cannot upgrade into it from horsemen for whatever reason. It gets plus 5 combat strength when within 4 tiles of friendly territory, meaning it's good for defense. Pillaging only costs 1 movement, and it ignores enemy's zone of control. Now, if I remember correctly, if you pillage enemy tiles with the Milan Raider especially, they also lose loyalty. So you can build a bunch of Milan Raiders and just like go into someone's cities or someone's land and just start pillaging stuff. It's pretty fun. It's a neat little strategy. Pretty good unit too. It's unlocked with gunpowder and has 55 combat strength. Yeah, so it can get 60 if it's within your territory. Pretty solid. No complaints there. Lastly, the Chemamol. So, this is interesting. So, it must be bought on a tile with an appeal of breathtaking, which is plus 4 or more. It provides +1 production and provides culture equal to 75% of the tile's appeal, meaning it will give you +3 culture at least and +1 production. And it's unlocked with craftsmanship, which is, I believe, the first civic in the game. Now, remember what I said about Persia and how their culture stuff and their military stuff don't really mix that well? That kind of is the same for Lautaro. So he has like a cultural boost to him, but he can also do warfare. While those are conflicting with each other, I feel like Lautaro's bonuses are better because with Persia, it's like, oh yeah, you have like some minor bonuses to culture, I guess. With Lautaro, it's like, okay, so I get +10 if you're in a golden age. Also, I don't need to worry about theater squares. I can keep up with culture, which means I can get to oligarchy faster. I can get to fascism faster if I'm doing a domination rush. I can get to my Milan Raiders faster because, oh no, I can't get to my Milan Raiders faster. But yeah, so you can conquer some stuff early game due to your absurd combat boosts, and then you can actually play with some culture with the Chemimol and with your governor bonuses. Also, you can do just a more aggressive version of what's her name? Of Eleanor's culture shenanigans. So, see, it's weird because Lautaro's +10 ability is so situational. Because if you never get it, he's like here. If it's active every single era, it's like up here. Admittedly, I have not played Lautaro as much as I should have. I'm just going to put him in like low A. He's good. Provided your enemies are in golden ages. If your enemies are not in golden ages, he's okay. Actually, I did say he's a more aggressive and like more reliable version. I'm gonna put Eleanor down here, under Lautaro. Now, let's see here. Let's go on to the Mali. So, the Mali Empire is ruled by Mansa Musa. And let's see here. I'm going to start with the Civ ability. So the Civ ability is Songs of the Jelly. City centers gain +1 faith and +1 food for each adjacent desert tile. That includes desert hills. Mines receive -1 production, but +4 gold. And you may purchase commercial hub buildings with faith, but you also get -30% production towards buildings and units. So what does this mean? It means that early game, Mansa Musa gets stomped easier than anybody else has ever been stomped in Civ. If you start next to any mildly aggressive Civ, if you start next to Shaka, Alexander, Mongolia, Gorgo, or Australia, if we're being real, just restart the game. It's not worth it. Also, you're starting in desert, so you're not going to have that much production anyway. Granted, you're not supposed to be building stuff, but before you can get your gold going, building is your only real option. But if you can get Mansa Musa going, if you can start racking in that like hundreds of faith a turn and thousands of gold per turn, you can have a unstoppable money machine. So let's go over Mansa Musa's ability. Your international trade routes gain +1 gold for every flat desert tile in the sending city, and entering a golden age permanently increases your trade route capacity by +1. So again, Persia gets 1 trade route. Mansa Musa can get anywhere from like 1 to 6, depending on how good you are. You'll very rarely get 6 if ever, but you will at least get 1 or 2 in the game. Also, every flat desert tile, I wish that was just desert in general because, you know, desert hills are nice. But this definitely helps you trade and get your money going. Now, let's talk about the Mandakalu Cavalry before I get to the Saguba. The Mandakalu Cavalry is basically the Carthaginian Byreme, but for land, because it prevents traders within 4 tiles from being plundered, and it also provides gold equal to 100% of the base combat strength for each defeated enemy unit. It replaces the Knight and has +5 combat strength at 55 compared to the Knight's 50. It costs 10 iron to train. So let's say an enemy unit has like, I don't know, let's just say 50 combat strength, right? You kill him with the Mandakalu Cavalry, you get 50 gold. It's nice. It's alright. It's got some nice flavor, protecting your trade routes. Pretty good at war. If you can buy a lot of these, you can do some heavy damage and get a lot of gold. But, again, it's fine. I've used these like a little bit. They've never really been a game changer, but they've been nice. Let's talk about the Saguba. The Saguba is what makes the Mali the Mali. It is a unique commercial hub district, which means, again, half price. It gets a major bonus for rivers and holy sites. So, you know how Germany's Hansa gets bonus production towards holy sites? Sorry, not holy sites. Hanzas, if they're adjacent to commercial hubs. The Sagubas get similar bonuses when they're next to holy sites. So, you basically... You just want to build holy sites and Sagubas all close together, all next to rivers. Just get as much gold and as much faith as you possibly can. Also, because this is the Mali, you can buy these with faith, right? Yes, you can buy commercial hub buildings with faith. So this just further reinforces his gold game. You don't want to be building stuff with Mansa Musa. You want to be just buying things with as much faith and as gold as you can manage. So again, the early game is rough. The early game is really, really super rough. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, as the youth say. But if you can get going, you can buy the entire world. You can sell the world, you can buy the world, you can do whatever you want. Money, like you are rooting the world economy with Mansa Musa, just like in real life. But again, that early game sucks so bad. So because that early game sucks so bad, I have to put him in like a similar tier as Lady Six Guy. Also, since I'm in the B tier, I completely forgot to talk about Poland. Oops. So, Poland. This hurts because Poland is a S tier Civ in my heart in real life. But in Civ and in Civ 5, they're also like completely busted in Civ 5. In Civ 6, they've been put on timeout. So the Civ ability is building an encampment or a fort, triggers a culture bomb, and one military policy slot in all governments is converted into a wildcard policy slot. This is a strictly worse version of Greece's abilities. Yeah, so instead of just giving like an extra wildcard, an extra military slot, they're like, let's just switch one. It is positive. It does allow you like more diversity in your playstyle because, you know, wildcard is better than military. And it does let you get that great profit policy card. It allows you to use it earlier. It's fine. I mean, building encampments and getting culture bombs is pretty fun. It's alright, I guess. Now, her leader bonus. Taking territory from a foreign city with a culture bomb converts it to Poland's religion. Fine. You can do some fun crusade stuff, I guess. Helps you save on faith. But again, it's fine, I guess. The other half of her ability is relics grant +4 gold, +2 culture, and +2 faith. And holy sites receive a +1 adjacency bonus from districts rather than the +0.5. So that is a strictly worse version of Japan's ability. So she has a worse version of Japan's ability and a worse version of Greece's ability. But you can do some fun work ethic things with her if you know how to plan your districts around her holy sites. And I guess you can also do some fun stuff with her reliquaries. But I think you either have to pick reliquaries or work ethic. But if you're playing a multiplayer game, work ethic might be a bit of a hot commodity. Also, her ears are like really, really small. I don't know what's up with that. So again, it's fine, I guess. If you're playing with Void Singers, Jadwiga gets really fun if you want to go with culture. Now, the Winged Hussar, something that is arguably more iconic than Poland itself. It replaces the Cuirassier. It has the special ability to push back enemies. So let's say if I attack an enemy, I move into that enemy's tile and I push them back. If the enemy cannot be pushed back because I flanked them into a mountain or I flanked them into the sea, they will take bonus damage. I'm not entirely sure what the thing is for the bonus damage, but yeah. Now, these are not unlocked via the tech tree. They are unlocked via mercantilism. And when you unlock them via mercantilism, you get a 64 melee strength unit. And it is a unique Hevel cavalry unit. Now, the bad part with unique heavy cavalry, you cannot upgrade into them. If you could upgrade into them from knights or heavy chariots, if you could upgrade heavy chariots into these, Poland might be like at least an A tier civ. Like they're good, they're powerful, but like, it's eh. Like all of Poland is like eh. Then the unique building is a Sukienz. I don't know how to pronounce that, but it's Polish. I don't know how to pronounce anything. The base effects are you get +4 gold from domestic trade routes and +2 production from international trade routes if the trade route is starting in the city with the Sukienz. That's it. You don't get any bonus great merchant points. It costs 120 production. Let me check if that's the exact same as the market. Okay. So it's not cheaper than the market. It makes your domestic trade routes a lot better. It's fine. Again, like everything's fine. It's a bit scattered. It's not very focused. It's like they're positive abilities, but they don't really synergize all that well together, unfortunately. So I finally went over Poland. Let's continue our trek into Eastern Europe with Hungary. Now, Hungary is a very interesting civ. They're either a vanilla civ or the best, or the second best snowball civ in the game. First off, their civ ability is the Pearl of the Danube. This gives you plus 50% production for districts and buildings built across a river from a city center, which basically means you are getting plus 50% production towards commercial hubs, which if you are Hungary, you're going to be doing a lot of. So sorry about that. I was possessed by a very malicious spirit. I'm back now. Don't worry about it. Now, so Pearl of the Danube. Basically, any district you make next to the city center but across from a river that's also adjacent to the city center, you are building that district and all the buildings for half off. Lots of flavor because that's, you know, that's how Budapest was also made. Buda and Pest combined together. Most of the time, I just use this to get faster industrial zones and faster commercial hubs, which, again, you'll understand why Hungary cares so much about commercial hubs. So, the leader bonus, Raven King for Matthias Corvinus. He's all about levied city-states. The devs remembered, oh yeah, levying is a mechanic. People don't really use it. Let's try to fix that. So, when you levy a city-state with Hungary, they get +2 movement and +5 combat strength. And they can also be upgraded at a 75% discount with gold and resources. Their upgrading used to be free. The devs decided, yeah, that's a bit much, so yeah, let's fix that. Also, when you levy troops from a city-state, you get 2 free envoys. Pretty good. So you can play military, but you can also play diplomatic. You could just be swimming in city-state bonuses. Now, Hungary gets 2 unique units that work well together and synergize. So, the first one is the Black Army. It is a unique light cavalry unit that replaces the Courser. You get +3 combat strength for each adjacent levied unit. So, it's like the Gaul ability, but actually balanced. It has higher base combat strength of 49 versus 46 and costs 5 more production to make. Big whoop. Pretty good. Because the Black Army actually upgrades directly into the Hussar. And the Hussar, it gives you +3 combat strength for every active alliance. Gives +3 combat strength, so it's 65 over 62. And also costs 5 more production compared to the cavalry. So again, you can go military. You could also go more diplomatic. Either way, you're going to be swimming in gold. And the last, and the unique building is fine. It's the thermal bath. It replaces the zoo, which is a building in the entertainment complex. You get +2 amenities to all cities within 6 tiles. Let's see here. And you also get +3 tourism and additional 2 amenities if there's at least 1 geothermal fissure within the city's borders. It's fine, I guess. If you're at war, this really, really helps you offset the amenities. See, it's rough because if you can get the snowball going, it's kind of like Byzantium. If you can get the snowball going, he's really, really good. But if you can't, he's not good. I'll put him A because if you're not doing war, you can at least do some fun diplomacy stuff. All right, so that's Hungary. I'm not sure how much of that is a spicy take. I don't foresee it being too spicy. Now, let's move forth on to Ethiopia. So, Ethiopia is led by Menelik II. Their unique unit is the Oromo Cavalry, and their infrastructure is the Rock-Hewn Church. I'm going to start with the civ ability. It's called Aksumite Legacy, and improved resource tiles receive +1 faith for each copy of that resource I own, and your international trade routes get half a point of faith for each resource in the origin city. And you can purchase archaeologists and archaeological museums with faith. So right off the bat, faith focus and culture focus. Culture victory, faith victory. Let's talk about the leader. Ethiopian cities founded on hills receive science and culture equal to 50% of their faith output. And you also get +4 combat strength for all units fighting on hills. So you want to settle on hills when you can. By the way, this ability does stack with the I forget the name of the Void Singers. Yeah, so with the Void Singers and the Secret Societies pack, that actually stacks with a upgrade you get from them too. So if you're just churning out faith with Menelik, you don't have to worry about making campuses. You can keep up with science just fine. So that synergizes super, super good. Let's talk about the Oromo Cavalry. There's no movement penalty in hills, has a sight of 3/2, and has a higher combat strength of 48/6, over 46 rather. It's fine. Again, like it helps you defend. It's strong. Is it any cheaper? It's not any cheaper. Okay. But yeah, it's fast. Helps defend your land. It's all right. Does its job, I guess. Nothing too fancy to report. The real fun thing of Ethiopia is the unique tile improvement, the Rock-Hewn Church. It's unlocked in drama and poetry, and it must be built on hills or volcanic soil tiles. It gets +1 faith inherently. It gets +1 faith for every adjacent mountain and hills, and it provides tourism equal to faith after researching flight, and it also gives +1 appeal. And it can never be destroyed by natural disasters. It can be pillaged, so you gotta repair it, but it can never be destroyed. And it can also never be adjacent to another Rock-Hewn Church. So with culture, they're pretty strong. You just crank out Rock-Hewn Churches, you crank out archaeologist museums, you crank out archaeologists with faith. They do, or you can just go full on faith and just convert the world. They have a very clear focus. They can also get pretty defensive with their hills and their cavalry. But are they better than Sweden at culture? I would not say they're better than Sweden at culture. So, like, they're good. They're fun. They're just not Indonesian when it comes to faith. And they're not a certain other civ when it comes to faith. I'll get to that in a second. So, we've covered Ethiopia. Let's cover Monty. All right. So, good old Monty. Montezuma of the Aztec. So, I'll go over the civ ability first. I believe Montezuma was actually the first DLC of the game. You had to pre-order the game to get him early. I don't even remember if I did that. I don't think I did because my computer could not run at the time. But the civ ability is very simple. You can spend a builder charge to complete 20% of a district's production cost. This means your new cities can get up and running really, really quickly with new builders, especially if you have the feudalism card, which cranks out 5 charge builders, meaning you can get any district going in 5 turns. This also means you can finish spaceports in 5 turns, the most expensive district in the game. So they're pretty good at science just from that fact alone. But what does Montezuma do? Montezuma, his leader bonus is called Gifts for the Tlatoani. Improved luxury resources provide an amenity to 2 extra cities. So instead of 6, it's 8, which means you can build wider without having to worry about your luxuries running out. And you also get +1 combat strength for all units for each different improved luxury resource in Aztec territory. So it's not traded luxuries. You have to have them in your own territory. So let's say you have citrus, right? That's +1 combat strength. You also have tobacco. That's +2. You have diamonds, +3. You have silver, +4. And as you conquer more and you get access to more and more luxury resources, that can get up to like +8 or +10. Really good ability, very flavorful. I really like this. It does require conquering, but if you're the Aztec, you're going to be conquering anyway. Now, the Eagle Warrior. This is his unique unit. It is a warrior replacement. It has a much higher combat strength at 28 versus 20, but it also has a higher production cost at 65 compared to 40. Now, the cool thing about these guys is I wish with all my heart that this was just an innate Aztec ability. If the Aztecs could just... Actually, get into the ability first, actually. You can capture defeated enemy units, turning them into builders if you kill them with the Eagle Warrior. Now, the chance is dependent on the difference between the combat strength between the Eagle Warrior and the unit. So, the Eagle Warrior is more likely to capture archers compared to swordsmen or spearmen. Now, if every Aztec military unit could do that, the Aztecs would be super awesome. Like, that's just a good innate ability. I have no idea it is locked to the Eagle Warrior. It should just be a civ-wide ability. And the least impressive part of the Aztec kit is the Tlachtli, or the Tlachtli. It's a arena replacement. It gives you +2 faith, +1 great general point per turn. It costs 15 less production. Yay, whatever. It gives you +2 culture and +1 tourism. Whatever, I guess. It exists. This sucks. If they had an ability instead, like if they had a unique entertainment district, which gave you a unique ability to like run a project that gave you a burst of faith and some great general points, that would be a way better. That'd be a way better idea. This thing just kind of sucks. Like, it's fine, but like I honestly forget it's even a thing most of the time. Like, they are good at what they do. They're not as spicy once you get past the ancient era, but their ability to rush districts is super good, especially if you're going science. And their combat strength isn't. It's not just for hills like the Ethiopians. Like, they do excel in comp. You know what? I'll put them here. I think that's fair. All right. Now let's go on to the Congo. So we have the Congolese with Mavemba Nzinga. So the civ ability is Nikisi or Kisi. Your relics, artifacts, and sculptures grant +2 food, +2 production, and +1 faith, and +4 gold. I don't know what the implications of that are. I don't know if they're eating the sculptures. I don't know if they're using the relics to grow food. I don't know how that works. But the palace has 4 extra slots for great works. You get +50% great artist points, musician points, and great merchant points. So that's a pretty cool bonus. It encourages a lot of theater squares, encourages a lot of commercial hubs. I like that bonus. That is a neat bonus. There's a mod I play with that actually removes the extra gold bonus from Mavemba Nzinga, or rather the great merchant point from him. But yeah. Now, Mavemba himself. You cannot build holy sites or found a religion, but you receive all the beliefs of any religion that has established itself as Congo's majority religion. Building a Mabanza or theater square grants a free apostle of the city's majority religion. This is just a straight up downgrade. I don't know what they were thinking with this. His base kit isn't good enough to justify just nerfing the leader into the dirt. The best thing you can do with these apostles is pray and just hope you get the martyr promotion so that you can get some relics for your palace. But again, you can't even build holy sites, so I don't know why they would give you a relic focus. Like there's some synergy with like the Void Singers of how their Old God Obelisk gets you a free work slot. But if you're not playing with that mode on, it's just kind of a dead ability. It just kind of doesn't matter. But his swordsman replacement is actually pretty neat. So the Nagao Mbeba, it's a swordsman replacement, requires only 5 iron to train. There's no movement or sight penalties in woods or rainforests, and it gets plus 10 combat strength when defending against ranged attacks. So you know that tortoise promotion for melee units that gives them plus 10 combat strength when defending? They already have that. So if you also give them the tortoise promotion, they're just not dying from arrows. Like they're just not. They're totally safe from even crossbowmen. They do have a higher base combat strength of 38 versus 35 compared to the swordsman, but they do cost 20 more production. This is fine. Perfectly fine ability. Yeah, it's a good unit. It's not the best swordsman. That still goes to the what's it called? What's the Maori one called? I forget. But it's not as good as the Maori one. I don't think it's quite as good as the Legion one either. So, but it's fine. It can help you defend. It can help you take some... It can definitely help you defend against Nubia, I'll tell you that. And their unique district is the Mabanza. It is a neighborhood replacement that you get way earlier, but it can only be built with in woods or rainforest. It gives you always plus 5 housing, gives you plus 4 gold, and plus 2 food. Now, this would be good if that spy mission that creates terrorists in your borders did not exist. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, the devs decided it was a good idea to let spies create terrorists in your borders of the highest level military unit of the era. It's so annoying because that's the only one they pick besides government assassination, that a lot of the time, me and other players just don't even bother building neighborhoods. So the fact that he has like a unique neighborhood, it's fine, but typically my cities never get big enough to justify building a neighborhood. Then you can't build a holy site, which kind of limits your tourism, because in the later patches, the devs really buffed religion's role in tourism victories. But you can build some pretty, but you can get a lot of artists and you can get a lot of merchants. So that's nice. I put them over Poland because, Poland is, meh, and Mavemba is also meh. But at least Mavemba has, a very clear, kind of victory he wants to go for. Speaking of civs, but for civs that are not meh, we have the Inca. So, the Inca in Civ 6. These are a fun one. So, the Inca in Civ 6, let's see here. They are led by Pachacuti. Also kind of a warmonger. Don't know what's up with that. He seems like a chill guy. He reminds me of Emperor's New Groove, but he always declares war on me in Civ 6. Now, his unique ability is Mita. Citizens can work mountain tiles. Typically in Civ 6, you're not allowed to work mountain tiles because they're mountains. But if you're the Inca, mountain tiles provide +2 production, increasing to +3 after you reach the industrial area, and they receive +1 food for each adjacent terrace farm. This ability alone is very interesting because you can just place preserves next to mountains and just have really, really good tiles. Pachacuti is a lot like Nubia, where it doesn't, and Germany, where no matter what victory you're going for, you can do really, really well. Now, for Pachacuti himself, your domestic trade routes, the leader bonus is Kapaknan. Your domestic trade routes gain +1 food for every mountain tile in the origin city. This means that my domestic trade routes sometimes get like +8 food, +9 food, +10 food. If you want to run a communism build with Pachacudi, your cities can get really, really big despite not trading with anyone outside. Now, but the most fun part of the Inca is the terrace farm. This defines the Inca. Each one gives +1 food and +1 housing. Not 0.5, just +1. And it gets +1 food for each adjacent mountain, and +2 if there is an adjacent aqueduct. So if a terrace farm is adjacent to a river and an aqueduct, it's getting +3 production. And if it's next to like 3 mountains, you're getting like a 4 food, like 3 production tile, maybe 4 food, 4 production. I very rarely build mines as the Inca. I only build mines over like luxury and bonus resources, and strategic resources, obviously. But every other time, I'm just building terrace farms, terrace farm, and preserves. I get so much food and so much production. I can just do whatever else I want. Also, with the terrace farm, you can build them in desert hills, meaning you can settle in the desert sometimes and still have just a bunch of food, no problem. Also, I love preserves, and the fact that the mountains always have like breathtaking appeal means that you can do some funny stuff with preserves. The worst part of the Inca is the Warwick Ak. It's a recon unit. Recon units are by far the weakest military unit type in Civ 6. They have lower combat strength. They have no production card to boost their production cost, or to lower the production cost rather. And just why would you bother making these when you can build other units like archers? That being said, the Warwick Ak, it can fire twice. So if it's standing, like say in a fort, it has 40 combat strength compared to 30. So, hang on, it's unlocked by machinery. Hang on, let me check this. What's the crossbowman strength? Okay, so it's also 40. Okay, so the crossbowman costs 180 to build, and the Warwick costs 165. But with the crossbowman, you can reduce its production by cost by 50%. Yeah, so it's like, sure, you can attack twice with the Warwick Ak, but it only has 1 range, so you're still just better off building crossbowmen. Like, I don't know what they're doing with, like, I don't know what their deal with recon unit was. Like, if you can get the XP, you can get the ambush promotion, which will give it, like, plus 20 combat strength, but I've never, ever been able to do that in my over 1,000 hours of Civ. Like, it exists. It is part of the Inca's kit, but like, that's it. It's But the Pachacudi, the Incans, they're a lot like Germany, they're a lot like Indonesia, they're a lot like Nubia, where they are very, very diverse in what they can do, because all their bonuses, well, most of their bonuses are dedicated towards food and production, which is the backbone of any empire. And their starting bonus towards mountains makes them really good for faith and science victories. I just have to put them in S. They are a bit terrain dependent. That's why I'm putting Germany over them, because Germany can get stupid amounts of production regardless of the terrain. But with the Inca, you do need the mountains. But thanks to their starting bias, you can just build a bunch of food, get a bunch of production, have no problem doing whatever victory condition you want. Speaking of balanced civs that can do whatever you want, let's talk about Brazil. So, okay, so also speaking of terrain dependencies, let's talk about Brazil. So, the civ ability is Amazon. Rainforest tiles provide +1 adjacency bonuses for campus, commercial hubs, holy sites, and theater square districts. And the rainforests provide +1 appeal instead of the usual -1. This means you can build preserves next to rainforests and it's fine. This means that you can build national parks around rainforests and it's totally a-okay. This also means that your campuses near rainforests are going to be freaking awesome. And if you can get the Sacred Path Pantheon, which gives you +1 adjacency for holy sites next to jungles, and then you can get work ethic, you can get like +6 to +9 holy sites with Brazil. That being said, that's very hard to get because for whatever reason, the AI has like a fetish for Sacred Path, but you might be able to get this a little bit easier in multiplayer. So this is a good bonus. It is terrain dependent. You also can't put some districts where you want when you want them because you do have to chop iron. You do have to get iron working, which lets you clear jungle in order to place your districts in rainforest. But if you do get a rainforest heavy start, Brazil is awesome. Now, Pedro, his ability is boring, but strong. The leader bonus is magnanimous, which is recruiting or patronizing a great person refunds 20% of their cost. So, like, let's say if it costs 100 great person points to grow a great person, the next one costs 120. Typically, you would start back at 0 after you get it, but this time you're starting back at 20 or 25. It's solid. Again, it lets you go for whatever victory condition you want. You want to go for science, you want to go for art, whichever you want. Boring bonus, but solid nonetheless. Now, the Minas Gerais. This is a very, very funny boat. If you know anything about the history of Brazilian dreadnoughts, you will know that one time, so the Brazilian Navy was segregated. The Afro-Brazilians were treated like garbage, and they were all stationed on one boat with a white commander who did not like them. So they built these big, fancy new battleships because they want to be taken seriously by the rest of the world. And then the black crewmates basically do a mutiny, and they say, hey, commander, we don't like what you're doing. Treat us like humans, or else we are going to destroy the capital with this new dreadnought you have just given us. So this is what that ship is referencing. It is a unique naval range unit. It replaces the battleship, and it's unlocked with nationalism, so you're getting it a little bit earlier. It only requires one coal to train and 1 coal per turn to maintain. And it also has an attack range of 3. It has a range combat strength of 80 as opposed to 70, and it has 5 more anti-air strength compared to the battleship's 90. And if you're going culture with Brazil, you can get this very, very quickly. If you're playing a coastal game or some kind of archipelago map and you get this, Brazil can do some funny like late game meme shit with the Minas Gerais. But if you're playing on Pangaea, you're probably not going to be able to do that much. But if you can do some meme stuff with your neighbors with the Minas Gerais, I highly, highly recommend it. It's super, super funny. Now, that's like a kind of an irrelevant but really funny part of his kit. The Street Carnival is interesting. You get the Copacabana and the Street Carnival. They both replace the water park and the entertainment complex. They are unique, but the district itself isn't the interesting part. It is the Carnaval project. And what the Carnaval project is, it's a unique project that increases the city's amenities by 1 when it is done. And when it's completed, it gives you great engineer, great merchant points, great writers, great artists, and great musician points equal to 11% of the production invested into it. So let's say if you put like, I don't know, like let's say you put like 400 production to it, right? Or let's say I can't do math. Oh no, 400 production is easy. You put 400 production into this, you're getting 44 engineer, 44 merchant, 44 writer, artist, and musician points. So that helps you go for science victories and helps you go for culture victories. Or if you want to be cheeky, you can also use this to deny someone else a culture victory in case you're going a science victory. So, because they are versatile and you can get some very, very high adjacency depending on your terrain, and their leader ability is just good no matter what victory condition you're going, they are slightly more terrain dependent than Nubia or the Inca. So I do actually, I get screwed over with map generation a lot with Brazil, so I'll have to put them in S. Like in my heart, Brazil is God tier in real life, but in Civ 6 they are S tier. Speaking of meme tier civilizations IRL, let's go to Russia. So just right off the bat, Russia in vanilla Civ 6 occupies that same space of, I don't know what they were thinking with this. Why did they think this was okay, but also put like Egypt and vanilla France in the same game? So why is Russia so good? First off, you get, whenever you found a city, you just get more tiles than usual. You basically get double the tiles you would for free, no extra cost. They're just there. That's a good bonus no matter who you're playing or what victory you're going for. Also, your Tundra tiles provide +1 faith and +1 production, in addition to their usual yields. Your units are also immune to damage from blizzards, and your enemies get more damage from blizzards in Russian territory. This is a reference to Russia's general winter. Very basic ability, but very good. This also means that if you start in the Tundra, which you will as Russia, you will typically get first or second Pantheon, depending on who is in the game. Also, extra tiles for free, always good. Now, for Peter's ability. Peter's ability might as well not even exist. It can be fine in multiplayer games, but it's basically a band-aid if you're playing poorly. The leader bonus is the Grand Embassy. It gives you trade routes. It gives you +1 science for every 3 technologies that you're behind, and +1 culture for every 3 civics that you're behind when you're trading with a foreign country. Again, it's a band-aid for a bad situation. It's not going to help that much. I forget this ability is even in the game. If you are playing well, you will forget this ability is in the game. Now the Cossack, this is a cavalry placement. You get +5 combat strength when fighting in or next to home territory. They can move after attacking. They cost 10 more production at 340 production. And they have 5 more combat strength than the cavalry at 67, and the cavalry is at 62. Yeah, it's good. It's good for defending. It's a little more expensive, but like, it's good for defending, and Russia needs to be, historically, had to be good at defending. Otherwise, it would be ruined by the Mongols, and sometimes the Polish, sometimes the Germans. Russia's had a very bad, unfortunate history. So there's the Cossack. It's fine. Peter's ability might as well not exist. The Civ ability is nice. The Lavra, however, the unique religious district, is what makes Russia Russia, is what makes Russia so damn good. So, again, unique district, half cost. You get 2 profit points per turn before even building a single building. You get a +1 rider point per turn if there's a shrine. You get 1 artist point per turn if there's a temple. And you get a +1 musician point if there is a worship building in the Lavra. It also expands the city's borders by 1 tile every time a great person is used in that city. The Lavra alone. So you can combine this with like Dance of the Aurora and Work Ethic and just create stupidly productive cities with barely any people in them in the Tundra. The Lavra alone, like, it feels like cheating because you can just produce faith like crazy. You can get monumentality and just spam out settlers like nuts. The Lavra is what makes Russia so dang good. Like, if the Lavra didn't exist, or if like Russia just had a unique shrine, Russia would be like, I don't know, probably C tier. But the Lavra is just like so busted. It comes so early. It's so integral to their culture game. Like, I haven't played Russia in so long just because playing them is like so unga bunga boring. I just kind of get bored of them. But even though their Lavra was nerfed a little bit, it's still like one of the best unique districts in the entire game. Now, speaking of... No, I have no segue for this. Sorry. So, we have the Spanish. Now, the Spanish used to be like a D tier civ. They used to be a complete meme at launch, but they got a lot better. So in Civ 6, the Spanish are led by Philip II. His civ ability is Treasure Fleet. This lets you form fleets and armadas with mercantilism, which is like 2 arrows earlier than nationalism. And your trade routes receive +3 gold, +2 faith, and +1 production, as long as they are on your home continent. So from turn 1, your trade routes are just better. They're just way, way better. They're better than Persia's or Poland's trade routes. But if your trade routes are intercontinental, if they're going between continents, you will get triple that. Now, sometimes you spawn on a continent split. If that's great, you are set up for a wonderful Spain game. If it's between continents, you're getting 9 gold, 6 faith, and 3 production. Also, cities that are not on your home continent get plus 25 production towards districts and a builder when you first found them. And this stacks with the Ancestral Hall, meaning you will get 2 builders if you decide to build that. Now, Philip's ability is interesting. Half of it is garbage, half of it's actually pretty good. And Gathering Storm, Inquisitors can remove heresy 1 extra time. And remove 100% of the presence of other religions. This might as well be a flavor, because oh haha, Spanish Inquisition, you remember that? Oh ha ha ha, I love Monty Python. The actual good part of his ability is the plus 5%, not 5%, plus 5 combat strength for military and religious units against civilizations following other religions. This means you do not pick Crusade as Philip. You pick Defender of the Faith, alright? Because if you pick Crusade, this basically cancels out the ability. But if you pick Defender of the Faith, you basically can get plus 10 defending on your home turf or defending a recently conquered city. And if you are playing as Philip, you're going to be conquering a lot of cities. Now, why would you be conquering a lot of cities? Because you have a funny little guy called the Conquistadors. These Conquistadors are musketmen replacement. They get plus 10 combat strength when they are on the same tile or adjacent to a religious unit. Plus 10. And if they capture an enemy city, they automatically convert that city to Spain's religion. In addition, they have plus 3 combat strength compared to musketmen, so 58 compared to 55, and they only cost 10 more production. To give you some context, so the musketmen evolve into infantrymen, correct? Let's see here. Land military, infantry. Okay, let's go to line infantry. Line infantry have 65. The Conquistadors can get 68. And they are entire era ahead. Now, remember what I said about fighting enemy units of other religions? That's plus 5. So you can have 73 melee strength units running around. And if you combine that with Defender of the Faith, that's 78. And if that's with the Great General, that's 83. Bonus stacking is very dumb and very fun in Civ 6. So you basically pre-build a bunch of musketmen, then just go nuts as Spain, just like IRL. It's freaking dumb. It's freaking awesome. They are a very, very fun roleplay civ. Now, so you go out, you conquer the New World as Spain. What do you do with your new cities? You build missions. Now, the cool thing about missions, they give plus 2 faith just by themselves, but they also give an additional plus 2 faith, plus 1 food, and plus 1 production if they are on a different continent from your capital. And they also get plus 1 science for every adjacent campus and holy site, and once you get cultural heritage, they just plop another plus 2 science on them. And if it's adjacent to a city center, and not on the original capital's continent, you get an extra plus 2 loyalty per turn. So, Spain is awesome at domination, they're good at faith, and they're good at science. So you put that all together, you can go for a faith game, you can go for a domination game, and you can go for a science game. Very, very fun civ, but you gotta be near a continent split, or you gotta be willing to build an armada and go out and conquer foreign lands. But if you can do that, you will find a very, very utterly terrifying empire civ. Absolutely terrifying. I think I'll put him behind Alexander just because Alexander has a bit of like an easier early game than Philip does. Well, yeah, because if Philip doesn't have a religion, like if Alexander doesn't have a religion, Philip doesn't really care. Yeah, I'll put him like just behind Alexander for now. All right. Now, oh my God, I've been streaming for so long. It's fine. So, how many do I have left? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, 15 civs left. You can do this. You can do this, Abruna. All right. So, the Kree. They are an early game civ, so you're probably going to get a classical era golden age, so that's good. Poundmaker, his leader bonus is favorable terms, which means all alliance types, whether it's science alliance, military alliance, culture alliance, it doesn't matter, you get shared visibility. So you can just see the map very, very easily. Trade routes grant +1 food in the sending city and +1 gold in the destination city per camp or pasture in the destination city. This can make your internal trade routes very good, but it can also make international trade routes very good. So if it's focusing on trade, you want to be diplomatic with the Kree. And the Kree ability is Nihita, which means you gain +1 trade route capacity and a free trader with pottery, which is one of the first saves you can get in the game. So you know, I know, haha, Persia gets 1 trade route. Yes, the Kree get 1 trade route, but they get it earlier, and their traders have a unique ability to add tiles with to the Kree's territory, provided it's within 3 tiles of their city when they are going out or going in. So this helps you fill in the gaps of your empire. This helps you land grab some border land, and this helps you save a lot of money. It's really, really good in the early game. It can help out a little bit late game, but it's mostly good for like grabbing land in the early game. Now, speaking of land in the early game, the Okichita. It is a scout replacement. It should have been a warrior replacement because you start with a warrior, not a scout. Now, the special ability for the Nihita, is that you receive 1 free promotion when first trained or purchased. So this means it's going to be zooming across hills, zooming across forests super, super quickly. But it has a higher production cost and a higher combat strength. Higher combat strength does help it survive against barbarians, but the higher production cost on a unit that you can't, that has no production boosting cards, not great. Like I'll build like 2 of them. They can help scout the area a little bit faster, but man, they should have been a warrior replacement. And the Mechawap. The Mechawap, it is a unique tile improvement. It has to be built next to a bonus or luxury resource. It gives +1 housing, which is good. Gives +1 production, which is also good. And it'll get more housing with and production with civil service, which is also really good. And it'll give +2 gold for each adjacent luxury resource with cartography, and +1 food for every 2 adjacent resources, which gets boosted to +1 food per adjacent bonus resource with conservation. And it cannot be built next to and adjacent to another Mechawap. This is really good. It's not quite as good as the Terrace Farm, but it's resource dependent, but not map dependent. So they have very general bonuses. They're general bonuses. They're not strong, but they are versatile. And they do have a strong early game, which is more than I can say about a lot of these civs. I'll put them at like a high B. Yeah, high B sounds okay. I do like the modded Kree a lot better. So, let's see here. Now let's move on to China with Qin Shi Huang. Now, his leader ability. China is super, super interesting. His leader bonus is the first emperor. All of your builders get +1 build charge. This helps save so much time and so much production throughout the game. You can also spend builder charges to complete 15% of the production cost for ancient and classical wonders. And you can also build canals early in the game with masonry instead of steam power. So this helps you build your infrastructure way faster. This helps you build wonders while also not sacrificing important infrastructure like districts. Because what you can do is you start production on the district and then you switch away to the wonder. You get that builder on the wonder. You click the little button to expend builder charge, and then you switch back to building whatever you were building. This lets you multitask, and this lets you wonder whore unlike any other civ in the game. So like I've been able to like rush out Colossus. I've been able to rush out like Great Bath. I've been able to rush out Stonehenge sometimes. If you can get Stonehenge with a Qin Shi Huang, you can do some really, really funny religion tourism stuff. Now, the civ ability is Dynastic Cycle. Eureka's and Inspirations provide an extra 10% of science and culture cost. And also, if you complete a wonder, you get a Eureka and Inspiration from the Wonders era. So not only are you better at building wonders, specifically in the Ancient and Classical era, you're also getting rewarded for building wonders. So you're getting free science, you're getting free culture, you're also getting more free science and more free culture than you would normally. So just the fact that you can just get so many wonders that you wouldn't be able to otherwise makes Qin Shi Huang super, super fun. And the other good part of this kit is the Great Wall. Much like the canals, this is also unlocked with masonry. It acts like a fort, meaning you get +4 defense and 2 turns of fortification. Initially, it gets, let's see here. What does it give? Okay, so initially it gets just +2 gold, but it gets an additional +2 gold for every adjacent wall, and then it gives you +2 culture for each adjacent Great Wall. The only issue is that it has to be built on the border of your empire. It will provide tourism upon flight being researched. It's super, super fun. You can do some funny builds with this. You can just like build walls everywhere where you can and just generate a buttload of tourism when science gets researched. The weakest part of their kit, I have to say, is the Crouching Tiger. So, it's a is that a crossbow replacement? No, it's unique. So good news, you're not replacing the crossbow, which is really good, because the issue with this is that unlike the crossbow, it does not have a range of 2. It has a range of 1, which is bad because you want more range. This is why you build ranged units. That being said, it has like +10 range combat strength. It's fine. You build it for the arrow score. I still prefer having crossbows. It's nowhere near as good as the Chuko Nu from Civ 5, but like, you know, what is. But yeah, I put China just like really, really good S tier. You know, put them over Brazil. Like, granted, if you're playing Deity, you still can't get some wonders just because the AI has such a bonus. But if you're playing multiplayer, you can do some fun stuff with wonders. But that being said, you have to be really, really, really careful. Yeah. You have to be really, really careful to not only focus on wonders if you're playing a multiplayer game or a single player game, because there's been times where I've neglected military when I shouldn't have, or I just spent too much time on wonders and nothing else, and I end up getting conquered by a guy with a relatively small military. Now, let's talk about the Scots. Is this the first? This is the first like dedicated science civ I covered in a while. So, the Scottish. Their civ ability is Scottish Enlightenment. Your happy cities get +5 science and +5% production, and they generate +1 science point in their campuses and +1 engineer point in their industrial zones. When your cities are ecstatic, which I believe is either +3 or +4 amenities in a city, you get double all of those. So you can get +10% science and +10% production in all your cities. Now, Robert's ability is just dog shit. It's just complete dog shit. It's Bannockburn. That's the name. You can declare a war of liberation with defensive tactics instead of diplomatic service, and you get +100% production in all cities and +2 movement for all units for the next 10 turns after declaring a war of liberation. Now, they could have and should have just made, you know, that part of Australia's ability where you get +10, where you get 10 turns of +100% production after liberating a city? They should just given that to Robert, because it's way too hard to declare wars of liberation. If you have to declare war of liberation, chances are you're already losing the game, or you're not in a good spot to begin with. I've never, ever been able to activate this ability in my 1200 hours of Civ. I've never even seen the AI be able to use it. The Highlander is equally doo-doo. It's a recon unit, which means, haha, surprise, it sucks. It has a range of 1. It gets +5 combat strength in hills and woods. It has zone of control, which I guess is kind of neat. It does have 5 higher combat strength and range combat strength compared to the ranger. But again, it's a recon unit, and why would you make a recon unit when you can just make anything else? Again, you build it for the arrow score. the last part of his kit is the golf course. This one's actually kind of neat. You get +2 amenities in Gathering Storm. It gives you +2 gold, +1 appeal, +1 culture if adjacent to a city center, +1 culture if adjacent to a entertainment complex, and +1 housing with globalization. This is an excellent ability. It's basically free amenities. Only issue is that you can't build it in desert, but you can build it in snow. But you can build a golf course in a desert. Like I've been to Vegas. You can do it. So I don't know why they did that. But this does synergize with his Civ ability, which wants to make all your cities super, super happy. It's fine. It's good. I'll put him like here. Like he's good at science, but like half of his kit just does nothing. A better science civ is actually coming right up, and that would be Arabia. So Arabia is interesting. So the civ ability is known as the Last Prophet. So you ever been playing a game with your buddies, or you've been playing a game against deity level AI, and you're just like, man, no matter what I do, I just can't get a prophet. I'm either getting overrun by barbarians, or the other civs get the prophet faster than me. I can just never ever get a religion. Arabia's got you covered. So the civ ability is that you automatically get the last great prophet when the second to last one is earned. And you also get +1 science per foreign city following Arabia's religion. I desperately wish this was +1% because that would scale better, and maybe you can like cap it so you can say, oh, like it's +1%, but it caps off at like 20% or something, you know? +1 science, it's whatever, I guess. It really should scale like +1. But the free great prophet is pretty nice. Saladin, his leader bonus, righteousness of the faith. Your worship building, which is your third tier of your religion building, is 90% cheaper to purchase with faith, which means you can get it for like 20 faith, which is basically free. And once you have your worship building, your cities gain +10% science, faith, and culture. So your worship buildings are designed to make your cities better, and this just makes them even better, and you get them for way, way cheaper. Not only that, you get the Madrasa, which is a replacement for the university. Yes. So it gives you +5 science, which is, I believe, +1 more compared to the average university. And it also gives you, it's unlocked with theology, which is interesting. Hang on, what is... Oh, okay, yes. And it also gives adjacent faith equal to the campus's adjacency output. So let's say you have a +4 campus. That madrasa is now giving you +4 faith. So there's a really good synergy between science and faith. You can have a really good faith economy and then choose the belief that I believe it's Jesuit education that lets you build libraries and universities as well as theater square buildings with your faith. Now, the last part of Arabia's kit, which is not as good as it once was, but is still pretty good, is the Mamluk. It is a knight replacement, which in the base game in vanilla, its production cost was 180. Now it's 220. They had to nerf it a little bit. Its maintenance also got increased from 3 to 4, and it still requires iron to train now. Previously, it required no resources. You could just bum rush, or I think it required like 1 iron. You had 1 iron, you'd make a bunch of Mamluks and just bum rush, because you could bum rush stirrups in vanilla for some reason. But it's a vanilla 4X game. It's always going to be busted at launch. And its special ability is that it heals at the end of every single turn. And it's a knight replacement, and knights are already super, super good. Yeah, it's just a really good science and faith civ. I would say it's better than Robber, just because like Robber doesn't have the Mamluks. I would say the unique university is better. Are they A tier though? I'll put them low A. Yeah, I think low A works. Okay. So Now let's talk about a real science civ. So, Korea. Korea has always been a meme god tier level science civ in civ games, especially Civ 5, and that is still true here. The civ ability is basic but effective. It's called the Three Kingdoms. Farms receive +1 food and mines receive +1 science if they are adjacent to a Saewan, which is their unique campus district. The queen herself, Sonduk, her leader bonus is named Hwarang. Cities with an established governor receive +3 culture and +3 science for every promotion the governor has. So if the governor has one promotion, it's +3. Another promotion, it's +6. Another one +9%, +12%, etc., etc. So if you have Pingala in her capital city, and her capital city is like 15, 20 people, you're going to be getting a lot of science and culture out of that capital city. Now, the Hwacha is, it's good. It's a field cannon replacement. You get it at gunpowder, so that's quite a bit earlier. It cannot attack after moving. So you either have to move or you have to attack, but it's way cheaper to build than the field cannon. It costs 250 production instead of 330, and it has a lower gold maintenance of 3 compared to 5. And it also has a range combat strength of 60, which is equivalent to the field cannon. But it's a field cannon that just comes way earlier, super, super good for defense, very, very deadly, makes Korea super scary to try and crash into. Not critical to their plan, but it does help defend them in the medieval to Renaissance era. Now, the Saewan is what makes Korea, Korea. Normally, campus districts get bonuses towards mountains and geothermal fissures and reefs and other districts. However, Korea's does not. Korea's Saewan always starts with +4 adjacency, and it goes down with every adjacent district. You want to build these Saewans far away from your cities and just surround them with mines and surround them with farms. If you can do that, you plug in the rationalism card, you get +8 science from all your science districts, and you just go to the moon super, super early. Very fun. It does require some city planning, though. You got to kind of think of them a little bit differently. They are kind of bottlenecked into science, but they do science super, super well. If it was not for Babylon, I would say they are the best science civ in the game. I'll put them like here. Yeah, because they're not as good militarily as Nubia or Indonesia. In fact, Indonesia, if you have the right map, Indonesia can actually outperform Korea in science. But because science is just so, so good, Korea is so, so good. They're not god tier because I still think all the civs above them kind of meme on them a little bit harder. But they are very good at what they do. Now, on to the Zulu. The Zulu are a fun, fun time. If you like warfare, you will like the Zulu. So, the civ ability is Isibongo. Capturing a city will automatically upgrade the conquering unit into a corps or army. So if you capture a city with a single unit, it turns into a corps. If you capture a city with a corps, it turns into an army. Provided you can actually make corps and armies. You get +3 loyalty per turn towards cities with a garrison unit, which increases to +5 if the unit garrisoning it is a corps or an army. Now, Shaka's leader ability, let's see here. His ability is Amabutho. You can form corps with mercenaries instead of nationalism, which is like 2 eras earlier. And you can form armies with nationalism instead of mobilization, which is like 1 era earlier. And your corps and armies get an additional +5 combat strength. So you're getting corps when no one else does, and those corps are just better. So your numbers are just getting bigger. You don't need to do the spy stuff like Genghis Khan. You don't need to get the luxuries like Montezuma. You just get number. You just get big number, and the number just gets bigger the more culture you have. When I say more culture, that means once you've unlocked those techs. The Impi. His unique unit replaces the pikeman. It gains +25% more experience. It almost has half the production cost of the pikeman, so it only costs 125 instead of 200. It has 1 gold maintenance instead of 3, and it has a higher flanking bonus of 4 compared to 2. You unlock it with military tactics at pikemen. These things are super, super scary. You can just swarm the field with them because they are cheap to produce and cheap to maintain, and they get more experience. And the Impi already gained more experience. Their experience gain is only heightened by the Ikanda. And the Ikanda is a unique encampment. It provides +1 housing. It allows you to train corps and armies faster by itself. Normally, you would need the military academy to do that, but the Zulu just get it immediately. All the buildings in the Ikanda give you +2 gold and +1 science, helping you maintain bigger armies. You also get +1 general point per turn. Yeah, it's a free encampment. It helps you do what you're doing better. Your buildings in it help you do what you're doing better. Your numbers just bigger and bigger. They are so scary with military. Like, they're better than Alexander. Like, Alexander, like, he gets more out of conquering, but Zulu just has, like, sheer raw higher numbers. I think I'll put him over... I'll put him in S tier. I don't know where to put him in S, but I'll put him in S. Because he's good, but, like, if the war isn't going well, or, like, your opponents are just, like, ganging up on you, you have no bonuses to science, you have no bonuses towards culture, you have no bonuses towards religion, you're just kind of stuck doing military stuff. Now, if you are good at the military stuff, you can then pivot to whatever you want. But if you're not good with it, it's not going to work out too well. Alright. Now, let's go to... Come on. Yes. So, now let's go to Gran Colombia. So, Gran Colombia's unique ability is Ejercito Patriotia. Very simple ability. +1 movement for all units. That's both military and civilian. And promoting unit does not end that unit's turn. Now, typically in Civ 6, you promote a unit that ends their turn. They cannot do anything. But here, you promote the unit. They heal back up to full. Then you can attack with them. Your sellers get extra movement. Your builders get extra movement. Just overall, really solid ability. Simon Bolivar's ability is Campana Admirable. Every time you enter a new era, you get a Comandante General, which is a unique kind of great general. You're getting great generals for free. They have unique effects when they retire, and they just provide more movement and more combat strength to all your units. It's free movement, and it's free. And by the way, that free movement stacks with Gran Colombia's movement. So the Civ that already moves fast is moving faster. This lets you snowball and just zoom around the map, kind of like Genghis Khan, but faster and scary in some regards. His unique unit is the Lanero. It requires 20 horses to drain. It gets +2 combat strength for every adjacent Lanero, and it regains all HP when in range of a Comandante General that uses its retire ability. And compared to the cavalry, it has 2 gold maintenance costs instead of 5. So it's cheaper, it is stronger because you can clump them together, and you can restore all of its HP in a pinch. And also because they're cavalry, they move really fast. They're having like 8 movement cavalrymen. Now the Hacienda, it's fine. It's good. It's a good tile improvement. It gives you +2 gold, +1 production, half a point of housing, +1 food from every plantation, adjacent plantation with replaceable parts. And you can also build them next to other haciendas. So as long as you got plantations, you can just move the haciendas around each other, kind of like the Australian Outback Outback Station, and just get a lot of production, food, and gold, which, you know, you're gonna need if you want to do a domination game. Now, that being said, they don't get the sheer numbers, but they do get a lot of movement, and they do get free great generals. But, like, I don't know, I still feel like Shaka, like, kind of hard counters them. Like, at launch, Simon was just, like, completely bust at launch. Also, he does have trouble taking cities, which is what you want to do in war. But a civ that does not struggle with taking cities is the Ottomans. So the Ottomans are a I think the Ottomans personally are actually my favorite conquering civ, for a variety of reasons. For one, their civ ability, Great Turkish Bombard. You get 50% boosted production towards siege units, and all your siege units gain +5 combat strength against defensible districts. Conquering a city does not make it lose population, and you get +1 amenity and +4 loyalty per turn for cities that were conquered by the Ottomans. This is the only civ in the game that gets boosted production towards siege units. There's no policy cards, there's no great generals, there's no other ways in the game besides Suleiman to boost production of siege units. And you need siege units to effectively take cities. This gives them an edge in warfare that no other civ has, and this is just the civ ability. The leader ability is that you get access to the Janissary unique unit, and you get a governor title with gunpowder, and you get a unique governor that only the Ottomans have called Ibrahim. But I'll go over the Janissary first. So, the Janissary is a musketman replacement. It gets a free promotion when first trained, but it does not stack with Victor's promotion. So right off the bat, you're getting like a +7 Janissary. But however, if you train it in a city that was founded by the Ottomans, you will lose a population. If you train it in a city not founded by the Ottomans, it doesn't cost anything. It also costs half as much as a musketman. So a musketman costs 240 production. This one costs 120 production. It also has 5 higher strength than the musketman at 60 compared to 55. So it's got free promotion, cheaper to maintain, cheaper to build. Just overall, really good unit. But now, let's talk about Ibrahim. He's a governor that only the Ottomans have. His default promotion, the thing he starts out with, is an ability called Pasha, which grants you +20% production to all military units in the city. So right off the bat, you're getting a +70% production bonus towards siege units. His next one is Head Falconeer. All friendly units fighting within the city's territory gain +5 combat strength. By the way, you can put him in enemy cities. You don't have to just put him in your own cities. You can put him in enemy cities. His other one is Saraskar, which grants all units within 10 tiles of a city center +10 combat strength when attacking the city center or defensible districts. So not only are your siege units stronger, they're getting +5 just inherently from the civ. They're getting +10 with Ibrahim's ability. They're also being built like 70% faster. So you're just destroying cities like nobody's business. And you get some really good Janissaries too. Like other civs, other military civs, their whole thing is getting big numbers with like infantry or horsemen. Here, you're getting big numbers with siege weaponry. That's something that no other civ has. It's just crazy. Also, I didn't even mention about the Barbary Corsair. The Barbary Corsair, it's a privateer replacement. It's fine. It has higher sight than the privateer. It costs like 40 production less than privateer, lower gold maintenance, but it costs no movement to coastal raid. So typically coastal raiding with privateers takes all the movement. You roll up, you pillage an entire district in one turn, you move to the next thing, pillage the entire district in one turn, you move up to the next district, pillage an entire thing in the one turn. There's actually a exploit you can do with the Barbarian Clans mode, where you can just set up an auto clicker to just generate like a whole bunch of money. Spiffing Brit has a wonderful video about it. And then last but not least is the Grand Bazaar. This is a bank replacement for the commercial hub, which if you're playing a domination civ, you'll be building a lot of those. What it does is that it has 70 lower production, so 22 production, 220 production instead of 290. You accumulate extra strategic resources, which both your musketmen, your janissaries require, and your cannons will require. So that helps. That helps you field and maintain a larger army. And it also gives you +1 amenity for each type of luxury resource improved by the city. So the cities you conquer aren't destroyed. The cities with banks in them provide more resources and more amenities. You're better at taking cities. It's just like Like, I gotta put them here. Like, they're just such a good, well-rounded, balanced domination civ. Like, I typically, despite being a big barbarian, I typically do not like domination games because I just feel like they get really grindy. The Ottomans make the domination games so much easier. Now on to a less fun civ, unfortunately. They have god tier music, but they are not god tier in terms of design. So the Georgians are led by Tamar. Her leader bonus is that killing a unit provides faith equal to 50% of its combat strength. This is garbage, meaning if you kill a warrior, you get 10 faith. This should have been like 200% of its faith. If this was 200% of its faith, Tamar might actually be something. But the second half of her ability is each envoy sent to a city-state following Georgia's majority religion counts as 2 envoys. So let's say you found Eastern Orthodoxy in your capital, and then you spread that to a nearby city-state. You send 1 envoy there, boom, you get 2. You send 2, you get 4, etc., etc. Tamar is really good at diplomacy games, but her envoy ability is it's kind of a worse version of another civ's ability that I'll get into a little bit later. But she can do some fun things with city-states. But the civ ability is called Strength and Unity. The dedications you choose at the beginning of a golden age or a heroic age also grant their normal age bonuses, meaning it is way easier for you to get golden ages and maintain golden ages. And you also get 50% production bonus towards walls, I guess. They gave her a unique ability in Dramatic Ages mode, which should have just been her ability in the base game. But in Dramatic Ages, when you're in a golden age, you get a additional wildcard policy slot. And you can use Dark Age policy cards whenever. I don't know why that's locked to Dramatic Ages. That should just be her base game ability. That would actually make her like really unique in a game mode that I actually want to play. But, whatever. She has a man-at-arms replacement called the Kevser. There's no movement penalty in hills. It gets +7 combat strength when fighting in hills. And has +3 higher combat strength than the man-at-arms. It's fine. She has a hills starting bias, helps her defend her territory better. The walls production bonus helps her defend her territory better. She's a bit of a defensive religious turtle civ. It's fine. Her unique building is the Tsike. It's a replacement for the Renaissance walls. It costs 260 to build instead of 300. You get +4 faith. Woo, I guess. It also gives you +100% faith and a tourism when in a golden age. So instead of 4 faith, you get +8 faith. Again, it's fine, I guess. But again, like, it's fine. Like, yeah, you can use the faith to convert city-states, or you can use it to spread your religion. So are you either playing a faith game or you're playing a diplomacy game? You got to pick one or the other. You kind of can't choose both. Yeah. Also, if you're in a game with bad city-states, you're in a game with bad city-states. That being said, she's better than Poland. She's better than Poland. Yeah. I want to like Tamar more. Her music is like super good, and I love her design, but she's just not that good, unfortunately. Now, let's go with the best boy, Teddy Roosevelt. Now, I'll go over the American ability first. So America's ability in vanilla was garbage, but it's a vanilla 4X game, so you know it's going to be garbage. In Gathering Storm, however, all your diplomatic policy slots get turned into wildcard slots. So that's really good. Diplomacy slots are the weakest slot, turns them into the strongest. And you also get +1 diplomatic favor per turn for every single wildcard slot in the current government. This encourages you to go Classical Republic. This encourages you to go Democracy. This encourages you to get wonders like the Batala Palace and the Forbidden City. If you can do that, you can just rack up crazy amounts of diplomatic favor. Now, that is the Civ ability. Now let's go into the P-51 Mustang and the film studio before I get into each of the unique Teddy Roosevelts. The P-51 Mustang, I don't think I've ever built this in a single game of Civ. It requires 1 source of aluminum per turn. It gets +5 combat strength against fighter aircraft, gains 50% more experience. It has 5 higher combat strength and 5 higher range strength, and has a higher movement of 10 versus 8. In multiplayer, I'm sure you can find some use for this, but in single player, the AI just never ever builds aircraft, so it's not a really big problem. It's nice if the game goes that long, but if you're playing Bull Moose Teddy, chances are you're not even going to be able to use this that much. Now let's go on to the best part of the American Civ, the film studio. The film studio is just busted. The film studio can single-handedly win you culture games. There are times where if I see America's in my game and if I'm going for a culture victory, I no longer go for a culture victory because the film studio is that big of a problem, just like in real life. America is a complete cultural powerhouse, hegemon, both in real life and in Civ 6, and that's really cool that the devs were able to reflect that. What it does is that it's just a broadcast tower, except it gives you plus 100% tourism from the city towards other civs that are in the modern era. Now, every civ that is relevant is going to reach the modern era eventually, and when they do, you're just going to win a tourism game eventually, especially if you're playing Bull Moose Teddy. Now, what is so cool about Bull Moose Teddy? Well, for a number of reasons. Number one, just number one. His leader bonus is antiquities and parks. Tiles with breathtaking appeal get +2 science when adjacent to a natural wonder or mountain, and +2 culture when adjacent to a wonder or woods. And you get +1 appeal in all tiles in cities with a national park. So this means at the start of the game, if you have good terrain, all of your tiles will have +2 science or +2 culture. This means you don't need to build campuses. You should be building preserves, holy sites, commercial hubs, because everyone needs to build commercial hubs, and theater squares. If you take care of the environment will be giving you so much science and so much culture. You will just be ahead of deity AI sometimes in the early game, just because nature is so pretty, and you can just learn so much from gazing at the natural world. I am so happy with this ability. Because I already love the eco game. I love preserving the environment in Civ 6. I love just spamming national parks. And Teddy with Earth Goddess is just so fun. It feels like cheating sometimes. The game will just end way earlier than I was expecting because Bull Moose Teddy is just so strong. I'm a little bit biased, obviously, for obvious reasons, but I love Teddy IRL and in-game. I gotta put him in God tier because he does legitimately feel like cheating sometimes. Now, Rough Rider Teddy. His leader bonus is Roosevelt Corollary, which means that you get +5 combat strength for all units on your home continent, and envoys sent to city-states that America has a trade route with count as 2 envoys. Now, I don't know about you, but it's a lot cheaper to send a trade route to a city-state than it is to send a bunch of missionaries to a city-state and maintain that religion. Also, because I'm already building a bunch of commercial hubs no matter what civ I'm playing as. And also that +5 combat strength, it just makes you really hard to attack, especially if you have a Defender of the Faith, if you choose to go the religious route with Rough Rider Teddy. Also, if you have Oligarchy, that's an additional +4. Yeah, the Roosevelt Corollary lets you play a really good diplomatic game, lets you play a really good defensive game on your home continent. He's good. He's not as good as Bull Moose Teddy for culture, but he is really good for diplomacy. Rough Rider Teddy also gets the Rough Rider unit. It's a heavy cavalry unit that replaces the Cuirassier. It earns culture from kills on its capital's continent. You get +10 combat strength when fighting on hills. You get +3 combat strength, +1 movement, lower gold cost at 2 compared to 5, and it requires no strategic resource requirement. And you can actually upgrade into them. So they're neat. You can do some warfare and you can do some diplomacy. You can do some like early game aggression. I barely use the Rough Rider despite them being really, really cool in their real life history. But he's just not as good as Bull Moosetti. That being said, he is a really fun civ to play for me personally. Actually, let's go like... up somewhere here feels good. Yeah, that feels about right. That feels about right. All right. So we covered the 2 Teddies. All right. So we got Tamiris left. All right. So Tamiris, Queen of the Scythians, killer of Cyrus, if you believe Herodotus. So she's a very, very basic vanilla civ, but what she does very, very well. Her leader bonus is Killer of Cyrus, which gives you +5 combat strength for all units when attacking wounded units, and your units heal up to 30 hit points after killing an enemy unit. This also applies to religious units. Yeah, so they heal, and they also get +5 whether they're military or religious. And she does have some bonuses to religion that you could also use to help bolster a religion game. Now, her civ ability is People of the Steppe, which means if you build a light cavalry unit, which means helicopters, cuirassiers, and horsemen, or a Saka horse archer, you get a second copy of that for free. So you spend like 7-8 turns building a horseman, boom, you just get a second one for free right then and there. You can run out of gold very, very quickly if you don't know what you're doing or if you build too many too fast, but this lets you just build a massive horde to just pillage and take early enemy cities like no one else. She's very, very terrifying to fight, especially when the game first launched, because you could basically just print money just by keep selling the free copies of horsemen. The Saka horse archer, unfortunately, kind of sucks. It has a ranged attack. It has a range of 1 for its attack. It has a maintenance of 2, a production 100. It has a ranged attack of 25. You typically just build it for the arrow score, and then you're just done. Yeah, it should be useful, but it needs either range 2 or it needs a higher combat strength. I get that they didn't want. I get they didn't want, another Manryu Chariot Archer, but the Manryu Chariot Archer is just better than the Saka Horse Archer in every way, shape, and form. I don't know what they were thinking with this, because Egypt was also a vanilla base game civ. The last part of her kit is the Kurgan. It's a unique talent improvement. Gives you +1 faith, +3 gold. It gives you +1 faith for each adjacent pasture, which increases to +2 faith with stirrups. And then it gives you tourism for its faith output with flight. And you can build it on flat terrain. You cannot build it on hills. So this helps you manage your faith, your gold income. I can see what they're doing, oh, she's really good at religious warfare too. I just wish it gave you more gold, because she really, really needs more gold. But it's good. She does one thing, but she does that one thing very, very well. Put her low A. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, you could put her S tier. I don't think she's very fun to play as or against. All right, last 3. Trajan. So, Trajan. Rome is, in my opinion, the perfect beginner civ for a variety of reasons. Number 1, the leader bonus, Trajan's Column. Every single founded city starts with a free monument. Free monument, that's basically just a free +2 culture in the ancient era whenever you build a new city. So this encourages you to build very, very wide. Because if you have 5 cities, that's a free 10 culture. You have 10 cities, that's free 20 culture. You have 15 cities, that's a free 30 culture that you just get for free. But also, it also starts with roads. And roads help you move faster. You don't have to spend time trading with your interior cities to get your empire infrastructure up and going. You can just start trading internationally, which also means you can start building roads to people you want to conquer. Yes, the civ ability, all roads lead to Rome, give you those free roads. You also get trade routes passing through Roman trade posts, generate an additional +1 gold. The roads are nice. The monument is a lot nicer. The second nicest part of Rome, however, is, well, third with this build, is the Legion. What the Legion does is that it's a swordsman replacement that has 5 higher combat strength at 40 compared to 35. It does have higher production costs at 110 compared to 90. It has 1 build charge that it can use to construct a Roman fort. And the Roman fort is basically an early fort, but I do not believe you get era score for building the Roman fort. It also does cost less iron to train, but unfortunately it's just a worse version of the Maori unique spearmen, swordsmen. So, like, yeah, they're cool if you're a Romabu. The Legion's, oh yes, glorious Scudum shields, but like, they're fine. You can do a good Legion rush with them. You can use a Legion to chop out another Legion, if you have the black market to your promotion with Magnus. But to me, the second best part of Rome is the Bath. This is a unique district. It's an aqueduct replacement that provides the city with fresh water. Now, it also provides an additional +2 housing regardless of how much water you already have, and +1 amenity. And it also gives you an additional amenity if it's next to a thermal fissure. So you get more housing and another amenity, which helps your cities grow. It's good. It's cheap. It's something you want to build anyway. It complements industrial zones nicely. It's just a good overall civ. Perfect to help beginners learn how to play the game. Helps them get to the tier 1 government really, really quickly. You can do some nice Legion rushes. They're just like a good middle of the road Cid. Like, not uber powerful, not weak at all. Actually, I'll put them over Sweden. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now the last two. Vicky. Queen Victoria of England. So I've already covered Eleanor of Aquitaine. I'm not going to cover her Vanilla Civ ability. I'm instead going to cover her Gathering Storm Workshop of the World ability. In Gathering Storm, her iron and coal mines accumulate +2 resources per turn. You get +100% production towards military engineers. Military engineers get +2 charges. Helps you build dams and aqueducts faster, I guess. Buildings that provide additional yields when powered receive +4 of their additional yields, which means that if you power a research lab, you get +4 science. You power a factory, you get +4 production. You power a broadcast center, you get +4 culture. You also get +20% production towards industrial zone buildings, and harbor buildings provide +10 strategic resource stockpiles. What does this mean? It means you have more military resources. It means you have more coal. It means that you will build stuff faster. It means you can build dams faster. You can build flood barriers faster. It's an okay ability. It's perfectly okay. I personally prefer her vanilla ability because I like going culture, but it's fine, I guess. Her leader ability is Pax Britannica, which in Gathering Storm means that the first city you found on each continent other than the home continent grants you the strongest melee unit of the era and +1 trade route. And if you build a Royal Navy dockyard, you get a free naval unit. And you also get the unique Redcoat unit with military science. So you get free land military, you get free navy. You also get a lot of trade routes if you roleplay as England and colonize every single continent. Now, the Redcoats. It's fine. It's a replacement for the line infantry, so it comes a little bit late. It costs no movement to disembark. It has 70 combat strength instead of 65. And it gets a +10 combat strength when fighting on a continent other than England's capital. So it's basically the opposite of the Guard Imperial. It's fine. I wish it was a little bit cheaper, but it's strong. It requires less Snyder. You can upgrade into it, so like, I think so. So, you know, it's nice, I guess. Helps you dominate. The other English unique unit is the Sea Dog, which is a privateer replacement. It has a higher range combat strength of 55/50. It can capture defeated enemy naval units, kind of like Genghis Khan and horses. But again, it's fine, I guess. Now, the heart and soul of the English civilization in Civ 6 is the Royal Navy Dockyard. What this is it's a harbor replacement. It's unique, so it's half production. You get +1 movement for all units built in the dockyard, and it gives you +2 gold when built on a foreign continent, and +4 loyalty as well. Yeah, it's good. It helps England do what England does. Better loyalty, more movement, more gold. It's good for role-playing as England. I won't say England is like the strongest civ. In fact, I'm not sure how controversial this is. I would actually say England is just like a weaker Dido at this point. Kind of like England IRL. Oh, okay. Now, the last boy, Canada. America's little brother. So, the Canadian civilization. Their civ ability is that they are not American, and that's basically it. No, I'm kidding. Okay. The leader bonus is called the Last Best West, where he can make farms on tundra. This is huge. And on tundra hills after civil engineering. Snow tiles and tundra tiles cost 50% less gold to purchase, which means it's basically Russia's ability, but slower and a little bit more expensive. Now, on tundra and snow tiles, your strategic resources accumulate 100% faster, which means if there's uranium and oil in the tundra or the snow, you're getting that a lot faster. Also, your farms and camps get +2 food, and your mines and lumber mills receive +2 production, provided they are in tundra. So if you are Canada, you start in the tundra, and you start by a bunch of deer and foxes, you get the camp pantheon, you are sitting pretty for the early game. Canadian camps have the potential to be absolutely freaking nuts and just give you a whole bunch of production and food you would not otherwise be able to get. The Canadian Civ ability is 4 Faces of Peace. You cannot declare surprise wars or war on city-states, but surprise wars cannot be declared on you. This ability is god tier in single player because the AI just does not know how to use Casus Belli, but it's also really good in multiplayer because this means that if someone's going to declare war on you, they have to denounce you first, which gives you just enough time to prepare. Really super helpful. Also, for every 100 tourism you gain 1 diplomatic favor, and you get +100% diplomatic favor from successfully completing emergencies and competitions. The unique improvement is the ice hockey rink. It gives you +1 amenity, +2 appeal for surrounding tiles, and +1 culture for each adjacent tundra hills, snow, or snow hills tile. Which basically means every time you build this, you're going to get like +6 culture. It gets an additional +4 culture if it's adjacent to a stadium, and it gives you +2 food and +2 production once you get professional sports. The only issue is that it is limited to 1 per city. So it's good for amenities, it's good for culture and some food and production, but you get 1 and that's it. So make sure that is where you want to build it when you build it. One of the best parts of Canada is the Mountie. I desperately wish that the United States, that Bull Moose Teddy had the Mountie unit. If Teddy had the Mountie unit instead of the Rough Rider, America might just be, well, I mean, it's already like the best culture civ in the game, but it'll be even more so the best culture civ in the game. The Mountie is a, what is it? It's a unique light cavalry unit, so you cannot upgrade into them, you have to build them. It has a sight of 4. It gets +5 combat strength when it is within 2 tiles of a national park, and an additional +5 if that park is Canadian. They have 2 build charges which they can use to build a national park. So with Canada, you don't have to have a faith economy like America. If you just want to spam national parks up in the tundra, you can. You just got to build mounties. And that is way easier than dedicating a bunch of time and resources to building holy sites. Now, if you want to do some Russia shenanigans and build holy sites in the tundra and take Dance of the Aurora and work ethic, you can do that too. But you don't need to in order to do their crazy national park spam shenanigans. But the question is, where do I put Canada? They're not good at war. They're not good at science. They're basically only good with diplomacy and culture, but they are really good with culture, provided you play nice with the terrain. But they don't have that. But they don't have a lot towards the early game, except if they get really lucky with like luxury and bonus resources in the tundra and the snow. Where do I put them? I don't know if this is controversial. I'll put them like here. Because that ability to just not be surprise ward early in the game is just that good. So yeah, there's my list. Can I zoom in on this at all, or nope? Oh, presentation. Oh shoot. Okay. Well, that's presentation mode. Can I zoom? Let me zoom into this. Okay, I should have done this from the start. Whoops, I apologize. Now I know for future reference. But yeah, I think this is what my final list is gonna be. English, Eleanor, and Gandhi at the bottom. Just kind of generally weak civs in C. Okay-ish civs in B. Mix of just solid warmonger civs and like good all around / okay or good culture civs in A. Just strong all around civs in S. Very scary civs in Tiny God, and Big God is just the meme civs that feel like cheating and would likely be banned in a multiplayer game if I had any say in it. So that's the man, I've been here for what, 5 hours? I've been talking for far too long. I hope my voice and I hope the music are meshing well. I hope the audio comes out okay, because I really do not want to redo this. Oh, there goes my eye. I apologize. So yeah, if all of you enjoyed this, check out my Twitch channel. I play Civ a bunch. I play some Civ 6, thinking about playing some Civ 5. Check out my YouTube channel. I'm going to be start posting my Twitch logs there. So like my Civ games, some Yu-Gi-Oh games. I'm going to be making other tier lists. So I'll be making like Civ 6 tier lists for mods that I play. I'm going to be making some tier lists for Civ 5. Tier lists on SMT, which will hopefully be a lot shorter than this tier list I made today. But if you watched at all, I thank you very much. Hope you have a good night. Yeah. Where is Civ 7 for Axis? Please, I'm begging you. Please release Civ 7. I am begging you. I need it.